Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am May Ann Aglit. So, once again, good morning, everyone. Good morning to our dear participants. To our speaker for today, Sir Leo. I am Cherilyn C.S. Pregante from Pine City National High School, your officer of the day. And of course, we have Ma'am Jocelyn Gamad from Irisan National High School. So, dalawa po kaming officer of the day today. And we also have our technical working group who will assist you later on during the breakout session and question and answer portion. Okay, so before we formally start with our activity today, I would just like to remind all the participants regarding our house rule. So first, please turn off your microphone during the presentation or discussion para hindi ma-distract si speaker. And then you may or may not show yourself during the session. You may turn off your camera. And then questions and clarifications will be entertained after the talk of Sir. You may turn on your microphone or you may use the chat box later on. So to give us a recap of yesterday's activity and to introduce also our speaker, may we call on Ma'am Jocelyn Gamad from Irisan National High School. Ma'am Jo.
Ayan. Good morning po. Naririnig po, Ma'am Che?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning po. Okay, thank you po. And again, we thank you everyone for joining us today for our third day of research writing course. Alam natin na marami tayong gagawin during weekends, but we salute you for attending and joining our third day of training today po. In our previous sessions, we were guided on how to actually start with our research using our division's Patawid framework. Then we were also presented with the different research designs, sampling techniques, data collection processes, and ethical procedures in conducting a research. Ayan po. Please be reminded po of what Ma'am Che mentioned a while back. Salamat po. Okay. And we were also assisted technically actually with our research problems and research procedures, specifically on designs and on how we craft our questions through our breakout sessions. And we hope that everyone had learned something from all of those sharings previously. This morning po, we are so privileged to have with us a very magaling na researcher, our Lodi in conducting research. We will be having him to discuss quantitative research design, though it was discussed previously. So ngayon po, malalaman natin yung every detail na kailangan nating malaman at maintindihan na pwede nating magamit sa paggamit ng quantitative designs. His discussion will also include selecting and performing statistical tools. So maghanda po tayo ng konting workshop siguro later through this statistical tools. Okay, so this will be done through our ever supportive and much loved Lodi, sabi ko nga kanina, in research making. Na-miss namin ang batang ito. Bata talaga, sir, oh. Okay, so ang speaker po natin ngayong iba, dati nating kasama sa DepEd. But now, he is a special science teacher at Philippine Science High School, Car Campus. And he is also an alumnus at Simeo Regional Center for KITEP in Science. And he is also the Philippine Youth Ambassador at Asian India Student Exchange Program. And recently, galing po siya ng Japan at siya na po ang magkukwento kung ano po ang mga pinaggagawa niya doon. Everything are related to research. So, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa oras na ibibigay niya ngayong umaga at ngayong buong araw kung ano man po ang magiging daloy ng ating mga discussions ngayong araw ay sa kanya na po natin ibibigay ang ating oras at ang ating pakikinig at pagkatuto sa kanyang mga isi-share. So may we welcome our resource speaker for this morning, Mr. Leo Peter Dacumos. Sir Leo, take it away po. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for that very warm, very thank you very much for that introduction po. I never asked for that introduction for the information of everybody. So thank you very much po. Good morning everyone. Let me turn on my camera. Oh, let me first check if I can share my screen. May I do that first before I do my good morning spills? Thank you very much, Ma'am May Ann. Okay, so good morning everyone. Good morning po, Ma'am Malin. Good morning po sa aking dating mga kagrupo from the Technical Working Committee of the Research Technical Working Committee of the Schools Division of Baguio City. No, good morning po. Thank you very much, SDO Baguio City, for your continued vote of trust in me, even if I'm already away from the Department of Education. Anyway, I already told the division of Baguio City that even if I'm outside of the department, for whatever things that my services or my service can help you with, I am still here, alive and kicking, para sa bata, para sa bayan. Anyway, I'm only one stone away from my previous station at Baguio City National Science High School kasi the Philippine Science High School core campus is only a stone away from Science High, no, and I'm only a Facebook Messenger away from Dr. Padsoyan. Dr. Malin. Ay, ayaw pala niyang tinatawag na Ma'am Padsoyan. Ma'am
Grabe
Malin.
siya. Ayoko yun.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you very much po. I feel privileged naman. More than the privilege that Ma'am Gamad claimed that she is mentioning earlier, I am more privileged to be part again of this research webinar of the Division of Baguio City. No? So maraming salamat po. Ayan. So, kamusta? How are you po? We are, how many here po? 52. Okay. So that's a lot of people here. And a lot of you might have probably seen some of my presentations before. And sinabi nga ni Ma'am Gamad last time, kanina na I recently came from my study abroad, no? And I think one significant thing that happened there is my immersion into research. And while I was staying in the foreign country, I was still able to help out some of our budding researchers here in the division of Baguio City. No? And I fully committed to Ma'am Malin that I will still be part of, how do I say, a ghost part of the Technical Working Committee of Baguio City. Yan. Para sa IPCR din namin. Okay, so maraming salamat po. So without further ado, tapos ngayon magsabi ako without further ado, no? So let's start with our session. But before we start our session, may I request everybody to join me at slido.com. So just key in 779-937. So if you have another device, your smartphone perhaps, just go to your browser and go to slido.com and key in 779-937. Okay. If you're there, may see a raise of hand or a thumbs up on the chat box. Anyway po, if you have questions in the course of our discussion, you may just key in your questions or comments on the chat box. And I will also be providing a question and answer portion for the here in the slido.com. So if you're there, may I see a raise of hand or probably a thumbs up if you are already in slido.com. Nakita ko may nag-open ng camera kanina, medyo nakahiga pa. Okay lang po yun. No, we understand. Even our students in in the Philippine Science High School, we don't ask them to turn on their camera because of data privacy reasons po. No? Yan. Okay na po ba? Nandun na po ba tayo lahat? 57 of us are supposed to be there. I want us to be very involved in our discussions today. And I'll make sure that it will be a hands-on activity. At least 3 parts will have to be a hands-on activity for everybody. I am under the impression that we are in the course of our writing. So I hope we are ready to be engaged, to be immersed into a series of workshops for this whole day. Pero may I request po, Ma'am Malin, I have another request po that I use an evaluation tool after my talk.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Admin.
Yes po. Kasi, you know, medyo nasa ibang departamento tayo, may kailangang protocol kasi. So, yun. Okay, so if you're there, okay, sige. I hope everybody's there. Slido.com 779937. Let's have some interactive slides. No? Okay, let's start with this first slide. Okay. What comes into your mind when you hear the word quantitative research? So anything, just key in everything that comes into your mind when you hear quantitative research. Numbers, yeah, as expected. No, recently, sige, just keep your answers coming. Okay, recently I had a talk with the SDO Naga City, no, and yeah, they basically gave the same answer. No, the first answer that popped out in the screen is actually numbers. Yeah, well, quantitative research, numbers, pwede bang words? No. We will learn later that actually descriptive words are not exclusive to qualitative research. No, words can actually be quantified. No, there are quantitative data. There are also quantifiable data. Mga ganun. For example, sex. The noun, not the verb, can be quantified. Diba? Okay, measurement, numbers, statistics. Level, yes, scale, Likert, tables, computation, numbers, quantify, measurement, yon. Lumalaki yung word na statistics and number tas numerical data and data. That's because more people are answering the same responses. And so far, we have 25 responses. How about the others? Let's make it as informal as possible, no? Let's make it more interactive para mas masaya. Anyways, hindi naman ako iba, I hope, sa marami sa atin, no? Yeah. Quantifiable with computations. Obviously, there will be a lot of computations here, even if it's just a simple descriptive analysis, there will always be computation, no? Commonly, we use mean, median, mode. Actually, pinaka-abuse nga yung mean, no? Pero when do we use median and when do we use mode in the first place? No? Yung mga measures of central tendency. Daku mo. Yes naman. Okay. Sige. Okay, thank you for the 26 responses. Thank you very much for all your participation. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay. Let's just have a quick survey. How many of you guys have already conducted a quantitative research? I have not, I may have. Yung mga hindi sigurado kung quantitative yung ginawa nila o hindi. I may have. So may 6%, no, out of the 19 people, 5%. Oh, I hope these are not the same people answering, no. I hope na madagdagan yung same people who answered earlier from the preceding slide. 20 people, 21. Come on, keep it coming. Pati mga technical working committee, I urge you guys to be part of the survey and the subsequent interactive slides, no. Mhm. 21? Hindi pa nadagdagan, nabawasan pa tayo. It will be a long day po. Yan. Okay, 23. So, majority of you have already conducted a quantitative research. That's very good. So, hindi na bago ang quantitative research sa karamihan sa atin, no? Yan. While 42%, hindi karamihan eh. When you say karamihan, in English, that is majority. Majority means 50 plus 1%. This is 52%. Oh, so majority nga. Yeah. May lamok. Sorry.
Sir Leo,
Yes po.
may naka-raise ng hand.
May naka-raise po ng hand. I cannot recognize the name po. Can you please...
Miss Navarro po.
Miss Navarro, do you have a question po? If you're going to ask if I am in a relationship po, yes, I am. With my work. Wala pang discussion, may naka-raise na naman. Ay, sorry.
Talaga yan. Ay, nako.
Ganito po kasi kami sa Technical Working Committee dati. Very informal yung discussion. Talagang nagtatawanan lang kami. No? So, sana po, okay lang po yung iba sa atin. No? Yan. Okay, so 30 responses. Thank you very much for all these responses. Majority, 57%, have already conducted quantitative research. 40% have not conducted quantitative research. May have conducted qualitative research, or probably did not conduct any research at all. And dun sa I may have, hindi sila sure kung yung ginawa nilang processing is quantitative or not. Sige, 3%. Thank you very much po, no? Okay, so let's have a short quiz. Okay, may I ask everybody to join in? Key in your names, kahit anong pangalan ang ilagay niyo po dyan. I want you guys to participate in our short quiz. Okay, nandito na si Miss Jazz or Sir Jazz. Chris, Beth, Dariel, Logay, Jazz, Erlene, Kath, Chris, KP, Yara. They're here already. Erlen. Ito ba si Ma'am Erlinda? Hindi siguro. 8, si Ma'am Malin. Hindi obvious yung Malin dito. Okay, Alexandria, Yara, okay, you're here. Thank you very much. Angel Loxin, sigurado po ba? Joke lang. Okay. So, GH, okay. PB, si Ma'am Feby siguro to.
Leo, may tanong ata si Ma'am Jesus sa how to join.
Just like...
Yeah,
how to join po, just go to your browser. If you're using a smartphone, just go to slido.com. Just key in slido.com, and then the interface will ask you the password, and the password is 779937. Or if your phone is an iPhone, you can just open your camera and then point it on the QR that's projected on your screen, and then automatically you'll be directed to that particular site. And just key in 779937. Thank you. Yeah, 28 have already joined our quiz. I'm using an HD camera, so nakikita nyo ang aking pores po. Joke lang. Okay. Okay, gawin lang natin 30 participants, and then we can move on to the next slide already. Sige. Wala, 28 lang po talaga ang sumasali. Ayun, 30 na tayo. So 30, okay, let us start the quiz. Okay, so first question. For 30 seconds, this is otherwise referred to as the responding variable in an experiment. What do you call that variable that usually responds to another variable, possibly responding to another variable? 22 out of 31. Sige, keep your answers coming. Wait lang. Okay, so only 26? Okay, so majority said dependent. May nag-answer ng independent, may nagsabing block, walang nagsabi ng block, may nagsabing control. The correct answer is dependent. Okay? Yan. So Miss Yara, Dariel, AC Logay, and JQG, so far, si Miss Yara, after 10 seconds have already, is number 1. Okay, next. The commonly used design in educational action research studies is blank. Experimental, quasi-experimental, descriptive, or correlational. I'm under the impression that you were able to finish your research design, although we will have to revisit some of this quantitative research design by and by. 29 out of 34 have already submitted their answer. Time's up. Okay. There. Descriptive. Okay. Descriptive. May iba nag-answer na experimental, may nagsabi quasi-experimental, descriptive, ang pinakamarami nag-answer, correlational is 10%. Actually, the correct answer here is quasi-experimental. We'll talk about that later. Now, bakit quasi-experimental at hindi descriptive? We'll talk about that. Okay. May comment po ba? May chat? Anxiety. Okay. Next one. So, si Miss Yara pa din. Oh, sino tong si Miss Yara? Followed by Logay, Ads, Pia, then Mamalin. Okay, next. T-test for independent samples is a non-parametric test that compares 2 or more groups. True, false, neither true nor false. Maganda sana may tugtog, no? Yung sa quizzes, if you're using quizzes sa mga synchronous classes nyo, it's actually fun. Natutuwa ang mga estudyante dun sa quizzes. Ang maganda po kasi sa Kwan, no, sa slido.com, if you open, and I believe the Department of Education has invested to Google Suite. Ngayon, you can maximize the use of it. I'll show you some examples in our interactive workshops, no, some of the applications that you can actually use during synchronous classes. Okay, so answer, true, 55%, false, 45%, neither true nor false, 0%. Okay, correct answer here is false. False. Yan. Bakit false? Let's talk about that later. Okay. Wait lang. Sige, process na natin pa ako. T-test for independent samples is a parametric test and it compares only 2 groups. So, double negative siya dito. So, positive na. Hindi nag-a-apply dito. Okay, ganun, no? And si Miss Yara pa din. So, sige, sasabihin natin yung price later. Okay. Next, a relationship-based research question would usually require Pearson-R or Spearman-Raw tests. True, false, neither true nor false. Okay, so majority of you guys answered true. And the correct answer is actually true. Yan. Okay. So, winner is Miss Yara. Very good. 4 out of 4. Si Miss Pia, nandito din. Second place after 33 seconds of answering all the 4 questions, perhaps. Thank you very much. Thank you. The hardest question, though, according to this, is the commonly used design and educational action research studies, which we mentioned as quasi-experimental research. Thank you very much. Your prize will be given to you by the Technical Working Committee of Baguio City. And a congratulations for me.
May
Yes.
folder pa dun sa office.
Grabe siya, oh.
Sino to si Miss Yara? May I know who this Miss Yara is? Or bawal kasi si May-Ann ikaw to?
Si May-Ann yan.
Ako, dapat pala hindi pinasali ang mga technical working committee dito eh. Okay, ako lang kasang nagsungsong. Okay, so let's start our discussion today. Let's start with quantitative research. However, before we start with the quantitative research, I would like us to zero in on first, on the importance of research problem, no? Okay, may I know your definition of what the research problem is? Sige, you may key in any of your responses on the chat box, and then we clarify. We level, no? Magkaroon tayo ng leveling ng definition of terms. So let's start first with the word research problem. What do we know about research problem? What is it in your book? What is a research problem? Yes, Miss May-Ann, since naka-raise pa yung hand mo. Anybody? May response na po ba tayo? Yan. Oh, by the way po, you can still use slido.com for you to ask questions. I will be visiting the site every time that a question and answer portion will be projected on our presentation. No? And just park all your questions there. What is a research problem? And how is it different from a research objective or a research question? Anybody? I believe this was a discussion it was your discussion during the first day of the seminar, of the webinar. What is a research question po? Okay, according to Ma'am Lilibeth, what we want to find out in our study. Okay, what else? Thank you very much po for that response. Anybody else? Oh, we're already 65 here. Okay, identify gaps, reason for the conduct of research. Okay, thank you very much for that response. Okay. Participant 3I, ngalob. Okay, who else? Sige, isa pa. Isa pa. Wala na? Okay, sige. We know that in the process of research, the research process includes first, the first part of basically the research process base it from the stages or the steps of the scientific method, and I call it stages and not steps of the scientific method or the research process, because if we talk about steps of the research process, it means that we have to reach the distance between steps have to be equidistant. Ibig sabihin that one stage or one step is equal to that of the length of step of the next step. Kasi nga matitisod ka kung mas malaking step nung pangalawa, pangatlo. Sabi nga ni Sheldon Cooper, kahit few millimeters away lang yan sa Big Bang Theory, no? Kahit few millimeters lang ang difference nung isang step with that of another step, matitisod ka, sabi ni Sheldon Cooper, no? And therefore, I rather call the process or the parts or the sections of the research process as stages and not steps, because in reality, in research, in true research and in true science, no, there are chances that a particular part of the research process, such as conceptualization of topic or or literature review, have to be your time will have to be invested more in this particular stage rather than making specific equal time for each step. No, and it also in a step that and the analogy is once you reach the top of the step or the top step, it's probably very much embarrassing that you go back to the preceding steps. No, but in stages, if we talk about stages, there will always be chances in research process, no, that we'll have to go back to previous stages, because the more we go through the course of doing the research, the more that we actually do not know. The more readings that we have, the more enlightenment we're going to get from our readings, and therefore the more that we don't know, and therefore the more that we are actually going to be more at loss, and therefore we have to go back to certain stages and clarify our objectives in the first place. No, that's why I call it the stages of the research process or the stages of the scientific method. Okay, my point is, no, the research problem is within the conceptualization part, no, of our research process, that we have to identify. Jokingly, no, this is a running joke amongst researchers, that when we talk about a problem, it's really hard to the problem of many researchers is to identify the problem. The problem is the problem. No, what really is the problem? No, the direction of our research is for us to, of our talk this morning, is for us to have a solid grasp of what we really want to identify as a gap, no, or sabi nga ni Mr. or Miss Ngalog dito, the reason for us to conduct the research, no. And I'm going to show you the parts of the background of the study later leading to these research questions or the research objectives. Okay. Sige. So our session 1 objectives will comprise of the following. Number 1, to compare and contrast basic and action research. Number 2, to differentiate the primary characteristics of quantitative research versus qualitative research. And number 3, to differentiate the types of quantitative research questions. Let's start with this. May I request that you go back to slido.com and then let's answer this question. What is the difference between action research and a basic research? I believe this is already clear to you at this point, what the difference between an action and a basic research. I just want us to key in all our responses at slido.com. So what is the difference between an action research? Kahit few answers lang, I will accept that, and then we move on to the next. So what is the difference between an action research and the basic research? Naalala ko to nung isang research conference. I believe that was the second or the third research conference conducted by the Department of Education, Baguio City, no, na tinanong to ng audience from other division pa nga eh. And yeah, there were confusions about the definition of action research and the basic research. Okay, we need to come up with a project proposal. Okay, action solution. What else? Scope of participants may be one difference. Emphasis on understanding phenomena, quali. So, okay, sige. More? Have you read the Department of Education memorandum regarding the definition or to delineate the difference between the action research and the basic research? No. I only came across with the definition, although I know the definition way, no, pero it was only during, if Ma'am Malin can remember that, it was in 2017, I guess, when they have conducted the national conference for that the national curriculum, something like that. I forgot about that already. Yeah, si Sir Lartec yung ating naging, Dr. Lartec ang naging representative ng CAR during that time. So action research is comparing two variables. Paano pag tatlo ng variables? Hindi na pwede, hindi na action research po. Basic research uses survey as a tool, while action research uses tools like pre-test, post-test. Okay, action research, there's a strategy that is implemented or tried. Basic research learns towards narrative of experiences. So basically, parang ang definition nito is qualitative ang basic research, no? Basic research tests a theory or make generalization. Action to test strategies and find solutions to problems. Okay, let's unlock the definition of these two kinds of researches, two kinds of research, and let's see if it matches the definitions that you have indicated here. Thank you very much for all your responses. Now, we visit DepEd Order number 16, 2017, which initially defined what an action research is. It is in the same DepEd order where they mentioned yung birth. And I believe birth po ito, Ma'am Malin, tama po ba? Itong mga participants po natin, or going towards getting a birth funding, ganun po ba to?
Birth and non-birth.
Yes.
Birth.
Not necessarily.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yan. So the research management guidelines define action research as a process or systematic reflective inquiry to improve educational practices or resolve problems in any operating unit. So in different levels of governance, for example, in the school level, district level, division level, regional level, even national level, no, or different offices within the department. So that's action research. It is, and I mentioned earlier, it is in the same guideline where they defined the Basic Education Research Fund. However, this particular department order did not define at all what a basic research is. It was only the year after, which is June 4, 2018, when they prepared the guidelines for the conduct of the first National Curriculum Research Conference. Ito yung winork namin ng buong araw na nila Ma'am Malin, no? Yung yung para entry ng Baguio City. First National Curriculum Research Conference, where they defined explicitly what action research is versus that of a basic research. So action research, the same. It's a classroom or school-based systematic inquiry and reflection specifically conducted to improve educational practices or resolve problems in any classrooms and schools. So if we introduce a particular innovation, if we produce a particular intervention to address a particular or an immediate problem, that daw is an action research. Yung ginagawa po natin na mga SIM dati, when we implement it to a certain group of people or to a particular class and test whether it is effective in that particular class, or doing some sort of experiment there, that is an action research, because we propose an intervention, we propose a particular innovation or intervention in order for us to check whether it's going to have an effect or will be able to address a particular problem. Yan. No? Basic research, on the other hand, is more on the exploratory. So from the definition, it's a systematic inquiry aimed to improve educational theories and practices for an enhanced education understanding or prediction of phenomena and observable facts without specific application towards educational processes or products. For example, if I want to study the relationship between the growth mindset of the teachers and that of their performance in the classroom. Say, ang performance nila is based on the evaluation of the teachers versus that of their growth mindset. If I want to see the relationship between these two variables only, that is only a basic research, because I'm not introducing any innovation or intervention to address a problem. Yes, you are addressing a problem there, as you have cited in the background of the study, but there's no concrete intervention or innovation that you are going to apply in the course of your research. No? Parang, kumbaga, the basic research is more on, exploring a particular theory, no? Or that you have preceding theory in your head already, and you want to check whether it is true or not. I want to test whether my personality has an effect to the academic performance. The personality there cannot be manipulated and therefore cannot be tested, and there's no innovation happening there, and therefore that's a basic research. No? Gets po natin po yun, no? Can you see a thumbs up if you got the difference between the action and the basic research? Yes. How about the others po? Yan. Hello. Nandito pala si Ma'am Gertrude Bagano. Yan. Nakikinig po ba siya? Joke lang. Okay. Sige. So, yan. I hope it's already clear what the difference between action research and basic research, no? So, one is introducing an innovation, and the other is exploring a particular theory, whether the theory is an existing literature theory or the theory is something that comes into our head. No? Yeah, thank you very much for that response. Now, we differentiate qualitative and quantitative research, and I believe Ma'am Jovi from your the schedule of activities was able to talk about the qualitative research. No, so just to revisit, qualitative research and quantitative research are different in terms of the following. Number one, in terms of the objective. In qualitative research, the very objective here is to study a unique human experience, no? To gain an understanding of an underlying reasons and motivation, whether that is a phenomenological study, a case study, ethnographic kinds of research, and so on, no? Meta-analysis even, no? Ngayon, ang tinuturo ng maraming research sa Philippine Science High School ang mga bata na instead of doing their experiment, they are doing meta-analysis instead, no? So they have to scour hundreds of studies related to their topic, no? Para hindi na nila kailangan ng mga field or mga laboratory kinds of research. So my point is, qualitative research is to gain an understanding of an underlying reasons and motivations. And we will find out later that qualitative research pala cannot, the output of a qualitative research cannot be generalized to a particular population, unlike that of a quantitative research, wherein the quantitative data or quantified data can actually be applied given the samples or the data from the samples to the population. Yan. Okay, I was mentioning early, sige, mamaya na lang yung tanong ko yan. Next, in terms of the sample, the qualitative research is usually small. I believe Ma'am Likod yesterday was able to talk about sampling techniques, and that includes yung qualitative sampling techniques. One is the snowball, no, na parang chain method yun, na if you're going to ask me of a particular information and you need more information that can be I can refer you to another respondent or another person to talk to get the data from. So ganun, snowball. And once you are able to get the necessary information for that particular phenomenon that you are investigating in a qualitative research, that's it, no? So qualitative research would usually have a very small sample size, whereas in a quantitative research, there is a sufficient number, and the word sufficient here is the operative word here. Now, when you say sufficient, it has to be a representative, and I would like to highlight that word, representative, of the population. So how do we know that it becomes a representative of the population? By sampling, by calculating sample sizes. And gone are the days that we are using the Slovin's formula. We're using something else, no? And I believe that was already discussed yesterday by your speaker. Yan. Question? None. Okay. Okay, next is for the data collection. The data collection usually for qualitative research is unstructured, semi-structured even, And the use of interviews, observations, and focus group discussions, or FGDs, are incorporated in the course of data collection. Whereas in quantitative research, nabanggit kanina during the question and answer, yung use of survey. Yan, pwede yan sa quantitative research, no? So use of questionnaire, and the questionnaire has to be validated and reliability tested. And, you know, in the course of reliability and validity testing, there will also be some computations happening there, no? Yeah. For the data analysis, it's non-statistical for qualitative research. An example of it, so one of the many examples of qualitative analysis is phenomenological reduction, such as the cool and warm analysis, whereas for the quantitative research, usually sufficient numbers and the use of descriptive or inferential analysis, statistics, no? Question, kailangan bang parating descriptive, kailangan ba dapat na may t-test, may ANOVA, may correlation ang isang study para magmukha siyang quantitative? Answer?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, that's correct. Because as simple as counting, as simple as doing a frequency count or percentage is already enough. Remember that our census is one of the most comprehensive data collecting activity in the government. Very comprehensive siya. Tatanungin niya lang kung ilan ang household, ilan ang members ng isang household, for example, ilan ang ganito, ganyan. That in itself, counting it or presenting it to the public is already a very comprehensive presentation of data. And take note, that is only in the descriptive analysis. Ibig sabihin, ang ginawa lang is just frequency count or percentage lang. Ito ang percentage ng Pinoy na lalaki, ito ang babae, and so on. No. Pero of course, the use of statistical analysis, such as inferential analysis, can enrich, you know, our understanding a phenomenon. Yeah. Okay. And the outcome for qualitative research, the findings are not conclusive. And while quantitative research, the findings are actually conclusive. Bakit? Kasi in a quantitative research, the sample size in a quantitative research is again, the word is representative of the population. Whereas in a qualitative research, the sample size may only be applicable to that particular respondent or these respondents. Can somebody mute po the mic? Okay. Oh. Yun. Thank you. Okay. So let's answer this question. When do you say that a problem is actually researchable or quantitative and even quantifiable? Sige, let's answer this para ma-clarify natin later. Yung sinabi ko kanina na pwede ang descriptive words pero pwede siyang quantitative at the same time, no? Or can be used in a quantitative research. Okay, anybody? When do we say, sige, because we can start with this question. When do you say that a problem is researchable? Anybody? By the way po, no, there is a tendency that I talk really fast, no? So just hold me up and then tell me that you're talking too fast, Leo, ganun. So para alam ko yung aking pacing. Okay, Mr. Ngalog, he said or she said, when a topic needs an answer or a solution, okay, when it answers a particular gap or a problem, no? Okay, sige. Thank you very much for all these responses. Okay, so we can say that a problem is researchable. Okay, problems are research problems are researchable if, for example, number one, I'm going to present it later. No, number one, if the problem do exist, if the problem really exists, no, that's why in our brief literature review, kasi kahit na action research to or basic research to under the Department of Education, it should not excuse us from visiting or from reviewing literature. Now, in the course of our review of literature, it is important that we verify that that particular problem really exists. Okay, sige, I'll give you more detail on that later. And it is quantifiable and quantitative if first, for example, if our study is, if our data is numerical in nature, for example, we want to know whether the effect of, whether age has a relationship with, ano ba, with the level of growth mindset of teachers in the Department of Education, Baguio City. Ano yung mga dalawang variables doon? Age yung isa, which is a quantitative data. Eh, bakit ano naman yung growth mindset? Paano quantitative data yun? Hindi yun quantitative data, but it can be quantifiable. It can be a quantifiable data. For example, the growth mindset can be put in different levels. Very high growth mindset, high growth mindset, neutral growth mindset, low, very low growth mindset, or fixed mindset, something like that. No. Now, when we put it in different levels and we put code beside it, so one yung fixed mindset or very fixed mindset, samantalang 5 yung very high ang kanyang growth mindset, the originally descriptive nature of that particular variables became a quantified data. Tama po ba? Yun. No? Ano pa po ba? If we talk about sex, male versus female, no, that is in itself a nominal data, worded data po ito. But can it be quantified? Yes. No. Especially if you want to compare group 1 and 2, male versus female, we can code it as 1 and 2. If we want to know the depression of students that are of students that are being experienced by our students in the pandemic, and a lot of you have already, just like us in the Philippine Science High School, we are receiving a lot of complaints from the students that they are experiencing a lot of pressure, anxiety, depression. Now as a researcher, I wanna understand whether the number of requirements or the block scheduling scheme ng Philippine Science High School is the one causing the depression of the students. So how can I make it? And I don't want qualitative. Siguro later na lang qualitative. I want it quantitative. So first, I want to know yung number of requirements. Yun. Naging quantitative na yun, di ba? Tapos dun sa depression, how can I make it quantitative? Pwedeng they can answer a depression scale or depression inventory na very much available in the internet wherein they will be answering or rating themselves. And then after rating themselves, they will have to get a particular mean. From that mean, ma-determine kung high ang depression nila or low ang depression nila. Depression, which is originally a qualitative variable, becomes a quantified data already. Yan. Okay? Wait lang. Meron tayong mga responses here. Okay. Wala pa. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Okay. Researchable problems imply the possibility of an empirical investigation. Pag sinabi natin empirical, something that we are going to investigate ourselves. Not from a theory, not from a literature review, but from our own collection of data. Empirical investigation. Okay, so we go to the background of the study because I want to, before we start with our research objective, although part of the introduction is actually the background of the study po, diba? And I want us to understand that the background of the study, or in the context of the Basic Education Research Fund of the Department of Education, this is the rationale. Tama po ba, Ma'am Malin? If my memory serves me right, this is the rationale part or the rational part of the paper, no, or introduction for the basic research and then rationale for the action research. Tama po ba?
Correct. Apo.
Yes. Naalala ko pa. Okay, so this provides a context for the project you are working on. Now, it is important that we establish the very the importance of our research, the need for our research in the background of the study, that it will not be copy-pasted materials only from the internet that we put in the background of the study. I am not really sure po how the Department of Education now traces plagiarism po, no? If they use mahal po kasi, di ba, ang plug scan or Turnitin na mga plagiarism scanners. Since may Google Meet na po, para sa mga English teachers din po dito at sa mga research teachers dito, merong ginagamit ang Google na parang originality checker automatically once they upload their documents there, and the Department of Education, the Technical Working Committee can also can maximize the use of it, that when they turn it in the Google Classroom, gawa ng Google Classroom doon, tapos gumawa ng assignment, tapos doon ilagay lahat ng mga documents that will have to be submitted by your students, by teachers for this purpose, and then they will be the checker will be able to check the originality of the paper there, reflecting originality percentage doon. Yun. No. So my point is, the background of the study is one of the most important, if not the most important part of your paper, because it establishes the importance of your research in the first place. It establishes the need for your research. That is why I propose that when we do our background of the study, we need to establish here that our readers will be able to be familiarized with the topic you are tackling. Second, know why you are doing the project in the first place, and you have a clear idea about the specific problem, one specific problem that you are trying to address. And I would like to highlight that you are only addressing one specific problem, especially that you are in the context of the basic or the action research within the Department of Education. That we cannot be putting the problem of the Philippines in our background of the study about its low performance in TIMSS. Marami pa sa atin na laging ang introduction is the PISA score or the TIMSS score, the trends in mathematics and science studies, no? And then yung PISA, yung program for science something. Yan, yung PISA na low ang performance ng Pilipinas, at nagreklamo ang Secretary ng Education, bakit daw yun ang prinisenta. Tapos sa atin naman sa background study, when we do our action research or basic research, that will always becomes the context of our background study. No, that can be the broader topic of our background study, but we have to narrow it down to a particular problem. Kaya natin tinanong kanina ko anong research problem. We have to narrow down the bigger problem to a more narrowed problem that is manageable, that can be addressed specifically by our research objectives or our research question. Again, narrowed questions or narrowed topics will have to branch out from that particular broader topic. So ang problema natin low ang performance ng Pilipinas sa PISA or sa TIMSS. Now, if we narrow it down to the problem that is manageable within our context, within our classroom, and that can be addressed by our objective, then you are on the right path. Tama po? So problema sa classroom nyo na tama, ito yung problema ng Pilipinas, and it is reflected by the performances of my students in Section A, Section B of Pine City National High School, for example. Ganyan. Or Baguio City National High School, and so on. Or Happy Hollow National High School. Mga ganun, no? Yan. Now, the background of the study, the background of the study must include the following. And this has already been established to you by the preceding talks, but let's just revisit this now. So the topic introduction should introduce us the broader topic, situational analysis, ano yung pinaka-problema. Third is the brief literature review. It is in the brief literature review that we verify that we have to discuss the veracity that the problem really do exist, or kung meron na bang, kung ano yung mga cause and effects ng problemang to, which you cited in the situational analysis. And then fourth is our in the brief literature review, what are the existing solutions, existing or current solutions to that particular problem that you have placed in the situational analysis. And then fourth, under the brief literature review pa din, your research gap. And research gap. What are the things that have not been covered by the current solutions or the existing solutions to that particular problems you placed in situational analysis, or what are lacking in that particular or in those particular studies that you deem necessary to be discussed in your research. It is in the brief literature review that we establish our problem statement or the novelty of the research. It is in the problem statement that we identify what really is the manageable problem, the narrowed problem that will have to be addressed based on our personal synthesis of the brief literature review. Again, inintroduce natin ang topic about poor performance ng Pilipinas sa biology in the recently concluded PISA, and in the situational analysis, ito yung problema na nakikita ko sa aking classroom. Yung biology grade nila sobrang baba. Ano yung kulang doon? No? Nandun sa situational analysis yun. Sa brief literature review, this problem really a verifiable problem? Is it really an existing problem? Now, what are the causes of this problem and the effects of this problem? And what are the existing or current solution to this problem, to address to this problem? And then what are the research gap, personal synthesis, ano yung kailangan pa nating investigahan and meron ng mga solution. And then the problem statement, ano yung pinaka-goal mo talagang gawin in the course of your study. Yan. So when we include this as part of our background of the study, it becomes a more cohesive discussion of our background of the study. We now have a solid discussion of solid discussion or solid grasp of the topic that we are going to pursue in the subsequent parts of our research process. Yan. Yan. Okay. Sige. Bago po kasi, I'm not really sure, pero many of you, I believe, are still in the process of conceptualizing your research. I proposed, this is one of the many, but one that I find very effective is the use of a problem tree analysis. Problem tree analysis. So just like a tree with the trunk, branches, and roots, no, the problem tree includes the trunk, which is the main problem. Ito yung ifo-focus na problem natin. No? Ito yung pinaka-i-address natin, ang low performance ng biology students dito sa section A na hawak ko sa Milan National High School, for example. No? And then it is in this particular problem tree analysis that you're also able to check the root causes of this problem, which are in turn problems. No? And that you also have to check the branches. So if you're going to look at, if you are in the thesis or dissertation parts of your paper, yung roots will be part of your specific objectives and your scope and limitations or delimitation, and the branches are going to be the significance of your study. Sige, anyways, this will be discussed. Meron pong pinapa-endorse, sinabi po sa akin ng aming campus director, may pinapa-endorse po kami na Pisay Agapay that will happen in December 4, 8, and sometime another Saturday. We're either going to talk about problem tree analysis. Kasi ang problem tree analysis actually is a project planning tool na ginagamit sa industry pero can be applied. Nakita namin pwede siyang ma-apply in research. Yan. Okay, so let's review. What are variables? What are variables? So i-connect natin yung ito, no, bago yung next part nito with that of our discussion earlier. Now, what are variables? May I ask? I've been talking about variables since the first slide, I guess. So what are variables? Tingnan ko nga. Magkukuha na lang po ako. Sige. Miss Roslyn Lapena, are you there po? You may unmute your mic and then kahit ko lang any idea of what a variable is. Miss Rosaline? O sige, iba na lang. Hindi ko kasi makita yung pangalan ng may picture eh. Miss Princess Perez, ano pang variable? There's no wrong answer. Actually, there is wrong answer. Pero tingnan natin kung ano yung idea niya about what a variable is. Siyempre, alam ng math and science to po, no? Kasi tinuturo to sa as part of the curriculum. But what is a variable? Miss Princess. Ma'am Jesusa Rosario. Sige. Ayun, merong nag-chat. Sige, thank you po for the chat. Okay. Ma'am Lilibeth ulit. It refers to a person, place, or things or phenomena that you are trying to measure in some way. Okay, this is correct, no? And we can differentiate it with, or we can branch it out into independent variables versus dependent variables. Sige, ito. I think this is easier for us. What is an independent variable and how is it different from a dependent variable? Nandito si Ma'am Papsyo. Ma'am Papsyo, from Science High. Okay, what is the difference between an independent variable and a dependent variable in the context of research, not in mathematics, please? So what is the difference between an independent variable and a dependent variable?
Hello.
Ayun. Ayan.
Ako talaga
Thank you,
yung
ma'am.
tinawag mo.
Nakita kita eh. Dinadaanan ko lahat ng participants. Sige, go ma'am.
So, sabi ni Google talaga. Independent variable, pag tinawag in a cause and effect relationship, parang independent variable is the cause and dependent variable is the effect. Yon.
Or possibly the effect. Thank you very much, Ma'am Papsyo. No? And in mathematics, thank you very much. If we look at the Cartesian plane, yung x is the independent variable, then the y is the dependent variable. Tama po, di ba?
Tama.
Yes. Okay. So in the context of research, the independent variable is the one that is being manipulated. If we're going to look at the experimental kind of researches, independent variables are the ones that are manipulated. However, there are also independent variables that are not manipulated but can cause possibly differences or responses from the dependent variable, which is otherwise referred to as your responding variable. Kaya ang tawag natin sa independent variable na ganon, na hindi mo siya pwedeng i-manipulate, pero nandun siya, as is siya, pero can possibly cause responses in the dependent variable, demographic. For example, sex is a demographic, but if you look at the difference between the performance of male and female, the performance becomes the dependent variable, whereas the sex, which is technically an independent variable, cannot be manipulated. However, therefore it is a demographic, and it can still cause an effect to a particular dependent variable that we are studying. Other examples of independent variable is if we're going to differentiate if we're going to conduct or implement an innovation in an action research, we want to talk about whether a constructivist approach, say an online flipped classroom, is implemented in one class and not on the other class. Tapos anong independent variable? Tapos titingnan mo kung ano yung effect nito sa biology score or biology grade ng mga estudyante. Now, which one is the independent variable here and which one is the dependent variable? The independent variable here is, ulitin ko po ako yung teacher, I prepared an innovation for my action research, and the innovation is an online flipped classroom. I implemented it in one class while the other class received a traditional approach, the very, very common research a teacher for research, no? Then I'm going to check whether it has an effect to the the performance of students in biology. Which one is the independent variable and which one is the dependent variable here? Okay, my response. Okay, the independent variable, hindi, kanina pa to. Okay. Ano pa? Ano po? Sige. Ma'am Sakayanan, what do you think is the independent variable here and which one is the dependent variable here?
I think the dependent variable is the one that you are going to introduce, or what was that, sir? Your research, or you are trying that one that you are trying to implement so that control group. And the variable is the performance.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Tama po. Yung method, sabi din ng mga responses natin sa chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate all these responses. You know, pag teacher kayo tapos nakikita niyo mga responses sa chat box, no? Or kahit hindi sila nag-unmute or nagpapakita sa camera nila tapos nagpa-participate sila sa chat, it becomes it becomes a prize to us, no? Kahit nasalita tayo ng salita dito. So thank you very much for all these responses, no? Tama, the independent variable here is the kind of method that will have to be introduced. Either the constructivist approach, which is the online flipped classroom, and the other is the traditional approach. So the kind of method that will have to be introduced. The dependent variable, on the other hand, is the performance of learners. So in this particular example, the dependent variable is the one responding or possibly responding. Kaya nga natin investigahan in the first place is if the dependent variable the independent variable has an effect to that of the identified dependent variables. Let me warn you, however, since we are, and this has been raised in the Research Council of the Department of Science and Technology as well, no, na in the course of the use of human participants, such as our students, does it really pass the institutional review board? Yung paggamit, kasi we have to be careful na nag-introduce tayo, ginagawa natin, in-experimentohan natin ang mga estudyante na yung isa, bibigyan natin ng constructivist approach that we deem can increase their academic performance, while the other, alam na nga nating traditional, will impede their learning. Hindi ba that becomes an issue of ethics in research? Di ba po? Kaya I'm one of those people who are guilty of this, no? Pero siguro at this point we have to think about conducting researches like this, that when we introduce something, we have to make sure that it will not compromise the learning of the other group that we are experimenting on. Tama po ba? Ma'am Lynn, what say you? Or what do you think? Tama po, di ba? Ini-impose ko tama. Yeah. Right. Oo, kasi and it is about time that we also institutionalize an institutional review board or an ethics board. Although kailangan po kasi talaga ng permission ng ethics board. Ang St. Louis University has its ethics board, kaya kami sa Philippine Science High School wala kaming ethics board. Kaya whenever we conduct a research that would probably involve a human participant, we go the students will go to an institution with an IRB or an ethics board para ipa-check kung ethical ba yung gagawin or hindi. Yan. No? Kasi at the end of the day, we don't want to compromise the learning of our students. Yeah. Thank you. Yan. Sorry, ang dami ko pong mga patalastas na mga ganyang. Okay, now. And then, of course, we have demographics, which we mentioned as the independent variables. Okay, so, yan. Natutuwa naman ako sa ginawa ng, kasi isa sa, yung pamangkin ko is actually a senior high school student at City National High School. And yung sa research nila, nakita ko, na ginawa kasama ko sa work dati sa Baguio City National Science High School, na in-adopt niya yung discussion ng research objective as to how we do it in action and basic research, no? So, we have the main questions or the general question. Kung nandito si Ma'am Mildred, no? Thank you. And congratulations for doing a very good job on that module. Yeah, the main questions and the specific questions. So we know that the main question is the overarching essential question or essential objective in our research. Here, we have to identify the project task and the target outcome. Yung project task natin, for example, I'll give you an example. To investigate or this study aims to determine the relationship between the academic performance of the students and that of their personality type to address the problem on depression. kung makonect po natin yan. Sige, example lang po yan, no? Fictitious. Now, the main question or the general question should include the target outcome. Ano yung target outcome natin? To determine the relationship. That's the project task. Ang target outcome is to address a particular problem. Kaya if I were to check your paper, which I'm not going to do that, the TWC will do that, the research objective, the main question, especially if it's a quantitative research, should reflect the target outcome, kung anong kailangan i-address na problema, and the project task, anong talagang gagawin sa research. So sabi ko nga sa example ko kanina, to determine, the study seeks to determine the relationship between the personality styles and the academic performance of the students to address the problem on depression of the students. Yan. Ano yung target outcome natin? To address the problem on depression. Ano yung project task natin? To determine the relationship between the two variables. Or if we want to study to determine the effect of the online flipped classroom in improving the biology grade of the students, what is our target outcome there? To improve the biology grade of the students. What is the project task? To determine the effectiveness of the online flipped classroom. Nagets po ba yun? So the composition of the main question must be reflective of what we put in the background of the study. No, that in the research gap in the background of the study or the problem statement in our background of the study, it should be leading towards the identification of our general objective. We established in the background of the study that may medyo walang study about this aspect. Ngayon, ito yung study ko. Kasi hindi nila ini-study dun sa vinisit kong brief literature review, yung ginawa kong brief literature review. Itong aspetong to, now this will have to be the springboard for my general objective. That, therefore, makes your paper cohesively written, that it has a continuation from the background of the study down to your general objective. Tama po? No? Na kung ang problema doon sa background of study nyo, hindi naman these are the theories that, or these are the studies that have been conducted, but it was not conducted in or there's a dearth of study in the city of Baguio, therefore I will study it here in the city of Baguio. That becomes your research objective. Get it? Po? Yan, para may cohesiveness ang background of the study nyo or yung introduction of your study towards the identification of your research objectives. Okay? Or sinabi lang sa brief literature review na online flipped classrooms are effective. Therefore, it is in this research objective would like to seek whether the online classroom will be effective in my class in the context of our action researches. Now, the specific questions, on the other hand, can be descriptive, research question, inferential questions, no? A descriptive question just for us to be parallel or to be congruent with our statistical analysis later. Descriptive research question, tinerm ko po siyang descriptive research question because the descriptive will make use of descriptive analysis later. Ulitin ko po yun. Descriptive research question would utilize descriptive analysis later. Ano pa yung mga descriptive analysis natin? Pag kinuha po natin yung mga measures of central tendency, halimbawa mean, median, mode. Halimbawa, I want to investigate the academic performance of my grade 10 students this quarter. Now, if we get the average of all the academic performances or the GWA of the students across all subjects, nakuha natin yung mean, present natin siya as a data, that becomes a descriptive question. So, ang question niya, what is the academic performance of the students? Anong ginamit na data? Mean. Ano yung mean? Descriptive analysis. Clear? Clear po? Sana nakikita ko yung facial expression po natin na may mga nagdonod or kung nagsakamot pa rin ng ulo, ganun. Sige. Pero thank you very much for that po. And then the inferential question, on the other hand, from the name itself, would utilize inferential statistics later. So halimbawa, we have already the question, preceding question, which is the descriptive question. In support of that question is your inferential question, wherein it would utilize the possible data that will have to be retrieved out of the descriptive question for further analysis. For example, ang question mo sa descriptive is, what is the academic performance or what is the GWA of students in biology? Sa inferential question mo, gagamitin mo yung magiging data mo sa first question, yung descriptive question mo, for further analysis later. For example, is there a significant difference in the academic performance of students in biology when they are grouped according to sex, male or female? Ngayon, hindi ka nangolekta ng another data, you only use the data from the first question and you only use it for further analysis, and that further analysis is called inferential analysis or with the use of inferential statistics. No, in that case you're going to make use now of statistical tools. For example, pag dalawa, tites, pag tatlo or marami, ANOVA. Pag-usapan natin yan later. Gets po natin yan? Yan. Okay. Now, in inferential question, it can be further categorized into comparative research questions and or relationship-based research question. Meron pa ding predictive, no, para sa mga linear and multiple regression, no? Alam ng mga math teachers yan. Pero let's just zero in on comparative research question and the relationship-based research question. For example, if we want to compare, for example, if we want to know the difference between male and female according to their performance, kasi tinanong mo sa descriptive research question mo, ano yung mga academic performance ng mga estudyante, sa inferential question mo, i-compare mo siguro kung yung academic performance ba ng lalaki different sa academic performance ng babae, then that becomes a comparative research question because you are comparing. We have to understand, however, that inferential question will not always be necessary. Hindi marami pa tayong state U, and I'm not really questioning it, no? Pero marami pa tayong state U na ang rule nila sa paggawa ng research question is paramihan ng research question. Dapat at least 10 research questions. Tapos, if you're going to revisit the research question, do we really need to ask this question? Do we really need this to actually address the problem that we have cited in our background of the study? So laging parating bumalik tayo sa research problem natin, no? Sa background of the study natin. Are these questions really addressing the problem that we have identified in the first place in the background of the study? So if the inferential question is unnecessary, we skip it. Okay? Pero if you really want to understand the phenomenon, kung kailangan ba natin talagang i-differentiate ang ating mode of teaching kasi na possibly may difference ang grouping natin, mga introvert versus extrovert, male versus female, and so on and so forth, then we can do that. No? Okay, the relationship-based research question, on the other hand, if we are going to look at two variables, tingnan natin kung may relasyon itong dalawa. Halimbawa, I want to know kung may relationship ba itong academic performance na to at ang kanilang length of very very obvious, pero sige, let's just say it, length of studying. Yan. So parehas na numerical, yung isa numerical on academic performance and the other is numerical on the length of studying, kung gaano katagal siyang nagsistudy. We want to know kung may relasyon ba to, kung mas mahaba ba, mas mahabang beses ba akong nag-aaral, will it have an effect on the academic performance of my student? Will it increase my academic performance? Something like that. No. Yan, inferential question, comparative, relationship-based. Meron din yung predictive, pero let's not talk about that anymore. Naalala ko yung first wave ng action research, natin sa department. Meron yata nanggaling from Davao, silang dumating sa Baguio City. Hindi pa part ng technical working committee noon. Tapos ang ginawa nilang question is actually a predictive kind of question, multiple regression or linear regression, na i-identify mo kung ano yung mga variables tapos ipipredict niya kung ano yung magiging academic performance. Tama, di ba po? Yung mga unang batch ng technical working committee, yun po yung nangyari. Yun. Pero sometimes hindi lang naman ganun lahat ang direction ng research kasi hindi lang predictive parati. Kaya we diversify our research question. Yan. Sige, ang dami kong kuda. Can we have a 5-minute water break po?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sige po.
Yeah, sige, para 5-minute break din po sa ating lahat para ma-digest po natin yung ating pinag-usapan so far. Thank you very much and see you after 5 minutes.
Okay, so mga kasama, it's 9:43. So at most we'll be here or at least we'll be here at 9:48. We'll be back at 9:48. Salamat po.
Sir Leo?
Hello po, good afternoon. Ay, good afternoon tuloy. Good morning po ulit. So, thank you. Okay na po ba? Nakainom na po ba tayo?
Okay
Yes,
na,
yes,
sir?
sir. Sir Lay. Okay, Ma'am Gamad.
Yes po, yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Sir Leo.
Okay, so let's just go to this question before we move on to our topic. No, can you turn a basic research? So sabi ko, you can still visit slido.com and key in 779937, and you can key in any of your questions, and we can revisit. We can visit these questions para to answer it later. No, so now is the later. So can you turn a basic research into an action research? Answer. Yes. Now, it can be a continuing project. You can start with a basic research. For example, you want to know the relationship of a particular phenomena, theory 1 versus theory 2, or variable 1, variable 2. Whatever the output is, you can probably introduce, you can make an innovation out of that particular knowledge that you got from the basic research and turn it into an intervention or an innovation, and then study whether that particular innovation can actually improve the problem that in the very first place you have cited in your basic research. Yan. So kung pwede siyang maging action research once you have created an output out of your basic research. Yan. Marami, let me give you the example that I have done in Happy Halo when I was with Happy Halo National High School. No, the research was all about nung nasa Baguio City National Science High School pala ako, I studied the relationship between the personality styles as according to Carl Jung in 1966. Tama ba, Ma'am Malin? I don't know. Okay, who devised a particular survey questionnaire to dichotomize personality into introversion versus extroversion, na pinanggalingan din ng 16 personalities, if you know that, no, for those who are psychology majors here, and check whether it has a relationship on the academic performance. So personality styles is actually something that is not manipulated. It is something that is innate, and therefore that is a demographic. Tama po, di ba? And then I check whether it has an effect in terms of it has a relationship, or it gives an impact to that of the academic performance of students in the first quarter for STEM students. And then I noticed that there is mas magandang performance ng ganito sa ganyan, something like that, no? And that's a basic research. But for it to become an action research, I prepared a particular module wherein I prepared module for extroverted students separate from that of the introverted students. So yung module ng extroverted students, very interactive kinds of activities, whereas for the module of the introverted type of students would be for autonomous learning. Now, same pa rin yung learning competencies that have been adopted in both modules, but in different approaches. So technically, it adopts the nature of differentiated instruction there, no? One is for one or set of activities for extroverted and one for the introverted activities. That becomes an action research. Why? Because I introduce an innovation. Yan. Clear po? Kasi I determined in the basic research that there is a difference in the basic research. It is in the action research that I have to apply whatever learnings I got from the basic research. Clear po ba kung sino yung nagtanong na to? Sige, if we don't have question, let us go to this slide. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry. Medyo na-reveal na to. Okay. Okay, so let's evaluate some of these questions. Okay. Number one, what is the IQ level of research teachers in the different divisions? So we go back, no? The specific questions can be differentiated into to descriptive question and inferential question. And if it is an inferential question, we can categorize whether it is a comparative research question or a correlational or a relationship-based research question. Now, given this particular question, what do you think is this kind of research question? Is it a descriptive research question or an inferential research question? Siguro when we craft our research question, we have to think already. Kaya nga sinabi din natin kanina, we have to already think ahead. What could be the possible data that we're going to collect out of this question, and what could possibly be the the analysis, the plan for data analysis for this particular question. Ano yung data na makukuha ko dito at paano ko siya i-analyze? So, but first, what is this question? Is it a descriptive research question or an inferential research question? Just write your answer on the chat box po. Okay, so this is a descriptive research question. This is a descriptive research question. Kasi ito, intindihan natin, no? Pag ako yung researcher at kukuha ako I am going to implement a particular research survey which involves the IQ level. After nito, how will I answer this question? I will just collect all the IQ level of my students. For example, student 1 has an IQ level of 95. Student number 2 got an IQ level of 84, and so on and so forth. No, and then after that, how will I present it in the paper later? Mean, kasi kukunin ko lahat ng average ng lahat ng IQs. Ito yung magiging mean na IQ ng klaseng ito. Pero hindi, sometimes kasi ang mean is an abused form of descriptive analysis. Kasi what if your data is actually skewed to the left or skewed to the left or skewed to the right? No, skewed to the left or skewed to the right. Are you still going to make use of mean? No. So there are other measures of central tendency such as median and mode that will have to be used instead of a mean. Okay? And so that will have to be supported by my colleagues from Baguio City National Science High School and from the other math teachers, no, that we cannot always make use of mean every now and then that we think that it is supposed to be the one that's used. Sometimes we also have to look at our data. Tingnan natin, i-plot nga natin sa graph kung alam po natin ang normal distribution curve. Tapos pero hindi naman siya within the normal distribution curve, nagsuskew siya, or yung kurtosis niya is sobrang taas or sobrang baba yung kurtosis, no? Anong gagamitin ko doon? Is it still mean, median, or mode? Am I going to use non-parametric tests? Something like that, no? Yeah, okay. Next, what is the level of effectiveness of smartphone integration in the classroom instruction? Is it a descriptive research question or an inferential research question? Is it descriptive or inferential question? Okay, my response, this is, again, still descriptive. Kasi you're just going to measure the level of effectiveness. Or this is a quantified data, not a quantitative data, but a quantified data. Kasi effectiveness cannot be, not necessarily a numerical data. Wala naman talagang test, no, that you will give an output on the effectiveness of smartphone, unless there is, no. Pero as per this, as it is a descriptive data, it is a qualitative data, but can be quantified into levels. O very high ang effectiveness niya, lagyan natin ng 5 na score yon. Very low ang kanyang effectiveness, lagyan natin ng 1 na score yon. And the distance between this data, between these steps, between these scales, no, is not absolute. It's not significant. Yeah. Okay. Next, is there a significant difference in the level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high and senior high school students? Is this descriptive or inferential? Isipin po natin pag inferential, no, we utilize the data from the descriptive question and we use it for further analysis later. So in this question, is it a descriptive question or inferential question? And if it is an inferential question, do we compare or do we look at the relationship between the between variables here? So your answer, inferential, correct. It is inferential. And between comparative and relationship, is it comparative or relationship? Nani? It is? Yes. Babae pala si Miss Ngalob. Yan. Comparative. Yan. Oh, nandito pala si Froy. Congratulations on your unleashed accomplishments, Froy. Yan. Okay. Now, next. Sige. Next question. Is there a significant difference in the pre-test and post-test scores of students after online flipped classroom? So nakikita niyo yung structure kung paano natin ginagawa ang quantitative research question po, no? It's geared towards investigating a particular phenomenon with the use or thinking or within our mind na kailangan nating mangolekta ng numerical data dito. Numerical or data that can be quantified. Okay po? And at the same time, we are also looking at paano kaya ito i-analyze. Pero pag-usapan natin yan later. Is there a significant difference? Okay. The response is, it is inferential. Is it comparative? Or is it relationship-based? Comparative pa rin, comparative. Tignan natin yung difference. Yung comparative do sa inferential na to, inferential question, is there a significant difference in the level of effectiveness, level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high and senior high school students? We're comparing two independent groups. Group 1, junior high, group 2, senior high. Sige, isipin po natin yung ganitong kinds of question. Tapos yung second question, yung fourth question here, is there significant difference in the pre-test and post-test scores of students after online flipped classroom? So we only have one group here and we're comparing their pre and post. Nakita niyo yung difference ng comparative na to? Both are comparative, both are inferential. However, in terms of what is being compared are different. Okay? Clear po? Yan. And then next one, is there a significant relationship between job satisfaction and salary amongst Baguio teachers? Descriptive, inferential. And if it is inferential, is it comparative or relationship-based question? Nakakatuwa na nagpa-participate po tayo sa chat. Okay, so inferential relationship. Yes, inferential relationship-based question. Kasi we look at two variables here. One variable is the job satisfaction and the other variable is the salary amongst teachers. As to which one is the independent variable or the dependent variable, that's what we're gonna talk about in the succeeding slide. Okay, sige. So if we visit the question, what is the IQ level of research teacher in the different divisions of CAR? What is the dependent variable in this question? What is the dependent variable? What is the dependent variable in that particular question? What is the IQ level of research teachers in the different divisions of Baguio City or Cordillera Administrative Region? What is the dependent variable or variables here? A dependent, something that responds to a particular demographic or a particular independent variable. Okay, answer. IQ and teacher. Dependent yung teachers ako. IQ is correct. IQ level. No? Teacher, however, cannot be a variable here because teacher is the experimental or the respondent of the study. In experimental research, ang tawag sa mga taong involved dito or yung subjects are called your experimental units or your experimental subjects, or in our case, in the educational research, are your respondents, no, or your participants. So no, they are the teachers are not going to be your dependent variable. They may be dependent on the data, but they're not the dependent variable. So the dependent variable dito, tama, Miss Froy and Miss Ngalob, it's the IQ level. IQ level. And and the independent variable here is, sila, keep your answers coming. Nababasa po naman natin ang ating question. The independent variable here is your, sorry, is your teachers, correct? These are the, wait lang. Yeah, the demographics here would be your teachers or the research teachers. Yeah. The type of question, we said that that's a descriptive research question. Now, what is the level of effectiveness of smartphone integration of teachers in classroom instruction? What is our dependent variable here? Okay, level of effectiveness. To make it complete, level of effectiveness of smartphone integration. And ano yung ating independent variable here, or the demographic? Ayun. Para when we know how to identify the variables, no, in our specific objectives, we also know how to come up with our quantitative research questions already. Yan. Ano po? What is yun? Classroom instruction, no? Or we can say the teachers, tama? It's the teachers that will have to be the demographic here. Yeah. What is the level of effectiveness of smartphone integration of teachers in classroom instruction? Or pwede, classroom instruction of the teachers. Yan, tama, Miss Ma'am Froy. And of course, we know that this is a descriptive research question, right? Okay. Third question, is there a significant difference in the level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high and senior high school students? What is our dependent variable here? Okay. Response. Level of attitudes, that's correct, on distance learning. O, kompleto. Tama yun, no? Level of attitude towards distance learning is our dependent variable, whereas our independent variable or our demographic here is the students. Yan, tama. The junior high and the senior high school students. Yan. There you go. And the type of question is inferential comparative research question. Two more. Is there a significant difference in the pre-test and post-test scores of students after online flipped classroom? What is our dependent variable here? Pre-test and post-test scores, that is correct. Or the scores, yes, that is correct. Now, how about your independent variable here, or your demographic, given that question? Sige, may tanong dito si Ma'am Froy. Pero curious ako, Sir Leo, kung paano i-describe ang level of attitude. Paano ang descriptive equivalences? This is, if there's a question that is right, this is a right question to ask. Tama naman, no? First disclaimer, I only created this question out of thin air, out of nowhere. Pero we can siguro positive versus negative, no? Very positive tapos very negative, then we can quantify it to 5-1. What do you think? Very positive attitude, very negative attitude towards that particular mode of learning.
Good morning, Sir Leo.
Good morning po. Before we entertain Miss Ngalog, can we have a reaction from Ma'am Froy about that?
Dun sa sagot mo sa tanong ko, Sir Leo?
Uh-huh.
I think tama naman yung idea. Kasi naisip ko lang, oo nga
Oo.
naman, pag attitude, positive or negative, oo siguro, pwede
Yeah,
nga.
di ba? Very positive. O kasi
Oo.
sabi na the attitude in itself can be parang at first it becomes it's only qualitative in nature positive,
Mm-mm.
negative, ganyan. But if we try to check if you really want to quantify it, for whatever reason you want to quantify it, then we can do it that way. Very positive siguro down to very negative. Very negative being 1 and very positive being siguro 10 or 5, whatever, the highest lick.
Mm-mm. Thank you.
Sure. Miss Ngalab, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was about to agree
Oh, sorry. Okay.
question of ma'am because when we talk about or anything for that matter related to behavior, ang sabi po nila marami pong nagsasabi na they should not be quantified. So ang attitude is basically behavior siya, no? So sabi po nila there's kapag sinabi natin kasi high or low or extreme or whatsoever, yung mga in-betweens niya, hindi siya naka-quantify properly. So isang sinasabi po nila, sir, hindi daw po hindi daw po pwedeng i-quantify ang any related probably variables related to behavior, ganun po, sir. Yun. I'm not sure kung tama po ba yung somehow nung narinig ko po yun from other researchers, nag-agree ako, nga naman kapag
I'm not. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I agree. Of all people, I'm not the authority to talk about psychology here. So this is just one of the examples. I'm probably just I'm a science education researcher. So in terms of behavior, in terms of that, that I'm already limited. No? Pero yeah, thank you. I would agree on that. Na possibly if studies would claim that it cannot be quantified for as long as we can debate on the merit of that particular citation of a study that behaviors cannot be quantified, then so be it. Yeah. Yun nga lang, we have to make sure that the source of that particular claim is verifiable. Second, we can also debate on the merit of that particular study. Di ba pa? Ganun naman ang research that we cannot just put all the literature that are related to our paper. We always have to appraise. Kaya nga meron tayong annotated bibliography for us to check whether the research or the research that will have to be integrated in our paper is first verifiable, second can be merited of its claim. Yeah. Pero if the study, Ms. Ngalob, says that, so be it. No? Yeah, I would agree with that then. Pero in the context of quantitative research lang po, regardless of there's a claim, can a particular data be quantified? Yes, you can. Siguro I just gave an example as to how a particular non-numerical variable can be converted into a quantifiable data being biased to a numerical data, no? Paano halimbawa ang personality styles na yung 16 personalities na dinidetermine po natin halimbawa ang kanilang differences across, no, in terms of specific variables, and we can quantify that as well. But if there are certain limitations such as that, as claimed by Ma'am Ngalob, then we can agree to that. Okay po? Thank you very much po, by the way, for the input, Ma'am Ngalob. Okay, so so let's go back to our discussion. So is there a significant difference in the pre-test and post-test scores? The demographic here is the students. May question pa po ba? Sige, just keep your questions coming po. We'll try our best to respond to this question. No? Type of question will be inferential, comparative. And then the last question, is there a significant relationship between job satisfaction and salary amongst Baguio teachers? So what is the dependent variable here? Ano yung nagre-respond sa another variable in this particular question? Okay, from Ma'am Caroline, dependent is the job satisfaction and the independent variable is the salary of teachers. Oh, lalo pat dumating na po ang inyong mga bonuses. Yan. So, the job satisfaction po ba? After that, okay. So, job satisfaction is the dependent variable. And your independent variable will become, salary of Baguio teacher. Sorry, hindi ko napalitan yun. And then this is a inferential relationship-based question. Now, it's your turn. Now, it's your turn. Let's formulate quantitative objectives. So, for example, ito lang muna yung preceding activity for your activity later. A science teacher would like to determine the effect of the online flipped classroom to the academic performance of grade 10 students. Now, what do you think are the variables that are present in this particular idea of a research? A science teacher would like to determine the effect of the online flipped classroom to the academic performance of the grade 10 students. Now, what are the variables present here? Or do you deem necessary to be studied here? Okay. Academic performance can be a dependent variable daw. Sabi ni Ma'am Froy. Ano naman pwede natin independent variable dito? Yes, academic performance. Thank you from Ma'am Payapa. And then, implementation of the flipped classroom. O sige yan, no? The academic performance can be a pre-test versus post-test variable. Tama? Tama? Yan. And this can be an example of an action research because the intervention or the innovation that are being introduced in this particular research venture, no, is the online flipped classroom. Now, so what are the questions that can be asked based on this general question? Yeah, you can key in any of your responses. Okay, so may answer po tayo dito. 2 minutes. Sige. 2 minutes to formulate all your questions there. Sige. Sige nga, given this research idea, what do you think can be the possible descriptive and possibly inferential questions based on this? Marami pala tayong participants, no? 74. I hope everybody's okay. Alive and kicking. No, at least kicking. May sagot na po ba tayo? Okay. If you have a question, do not forget or do not hesitate to park it on slido.com. Then we'll answer it by and by. Oh, dito pala si Ma'am Hana. Mga kasama ko sa Science High. Mag-hi ka nga kung nakikinig ka, Ma'am Hana.
Grabe ka. Oo, dito akong server.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Ganyan lang pa kami magbiruan yan. Okay. So, question. Is there a significant difference in the academic performance of grade 10 students before and after the use of online flipped classroom? Then, from Ma'am Froy yun. From Ma'am Caluzo, what is the level of effectiveness of the online flipped classroom to the academic performance of the grade 10 students? Okay. Is there a significant difference of the flipped classroom on the academic performance of grade 10 students? Okay, thank you for all these responses. And here's my answer. Then let's check whether it, and you check whether it matches or it can be integrated with that of the questions that you have formulated. So number 1, What is the pre-test and post-test performances of students after the implementation of the online flipped classroom? So this is a descriptive question because it solicits data on the pre-test performance and the post-test performance of the students. Tama? Meron pang chat. Okay, yes. And the second question can be, is there a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test performance of students after the implementation of the online flipped classroom? So we utilize the data that will have to be retrieved from answering the first question, the pre-test and the post-test. Now that we have data from the pre-test and the post-test based on answering the first question, it is in the second question that we utilize this data for further analysis. So in this case, we look at the difference between, pag may difference nga, for example, ang score na nakuha natin is 18.5, ang average na nakuha for the pre-test over 50. Tas ang post-test nila is 19 after the online flipped classroom. Sa post-test, 19.00. For example, is there a difference? Yes, there is a difference, 0.5 difference. But the question in number 2 is this difference significant? Nagets po ba natin yun? Kaya it is also important that we take note whether a specific inferential question is necessary for us to have a richer understanding of a particular phenomenon we are trying to study in our paper. No? Now, we do not just put the question because we want more questions to answer, that we want our papers thicker. I don't know if may restrictions pa rin po ang Baguio City division sa number of pages, no, pero if you are restricted or you are limited of a particular number of pages, then we do not necessarily have to include a lot of questions when they are not even necessary anymore. So in this case, I believe it is necessary to add this question because it gives a richer discussion of the first question, no. In many journal papers, the first question is already sufficient kasi given na yung second question will have to be utilized. Pero ako, especially for starters, for first-time researchers, I believe it is still necessary that we include as much as possible separated questions para makita talaga natin yung flow ng ating discussions, ng ating presentation of data later. Okay?
Sir Leo, pwede magtanong?
Go ahead, sir. Ma'am Froy. Ma'am Froy ba po bang nagtanong?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
distinct yung boss ni Ma'am Froy. Sige, go ahead. Go.
Sir, kasi yung title na nandyan sa example, yung dependent variable natin is academic performance.
Mhm.
Pero doon sa research question, specific na na-identify yung pre-post test. Is pre-test and post-test, and parang ang tanong ko lang dito is yung pre-test and post-test, yun ba talaga yung determinant ng academic performance? O baka, or ano, kasi pag academic performance, ang naiisip ko dyan, it would be best represented ng kanilang grade o ng kanilang mga scores sa mga activities. So that's my first question, sir. And second question po is, kung academic performance nga talaga yung variable na gusto nating i-explore, and tinitingnan dito sa study na to na how online flipped classroom impact their academic performance. Kung titingnan natin yung time frame ng ganyang study, syempre sa calendar natin, we are divided into 4 quarters. So, in your idea, sir, saan dapat mag-umpisa yung paggamit nitong online flipped classroom, and hindi kaya meron ding mga anong tawag dito, ano nang tawag doon, Sir Leo, yung parang may dependent and independent variable ka pero merong in between, yung parang pumapasok na something, ano nang tawag doon? Moderator ba ang tawag doon?
Pwedeng intervening variables.
Yes, intervening variables na pwedeng maka-influence actually. Like for example, paano kung lumabas na mababa yung academic performance ng mga bata after na gumamit ng online flipped classroom, pero pwedeng ang reason is kasi mas complex na yung mga topics nila nung third and fourth quarter. Mga ganong bagay which is hindi na makakapture noong title o nung at saka nung research questions. Yun lang po yung tanong ko, sir.
Yun lang? Sabi mo, lang? Ano kaya no? Okay, first question. Academic performance. Our pre-test and post-test performances really speak about the academic performance. It can be for as long as it's defined in the course of your discussion, in your, for example, in your next section of your paper na academic performance mo, according to your operational definition in your paper, would revolve around the pre-test and post-test course. Okay? Pwede rin ang definition mo ng academic performance is the GWA or the grade of the students after a quarter or the grade of the students after the 4 quarters. Pwede din yun, no? Academic performance po kasi is a general term that can be operationally defined. And even if it's not a general term, no, the way you are defining it in your research paper is not bibliographic, rather it is operational. And we in the teaching profession know actually what operational definition naman po, di ba? So that is to answer the first question. Ma'am Froy? So yun ang sagot ko. So ako, if I'm the research teacher here, I'm the researcher here, then I will give an operational definition of academic performance as the teacher-made test na nakukunin ang pre-test and post-test course. Pwede din yung GWA. Yun ang aking operational definition doon. Second question, Ma'am Froy, can you repeat your second question? I'm sorry.
Paano pa mas clearly i-define yung title and yung research questions, sir, in a manner na ma-consider yung other possible intervening factors na mag-influence doon sa magiging result ng study, sir.
This is the reason why I have two answers there. First answer is that's why there is I don't entirely agree na inalis ang scope and delimitations of the study. It is in the delimitation of the study where you identify the possible delimitation and limitation. Delimitation means the things that will not be covered in your study, the variables that will not be covered in your study. So that's where you put it, and you don't have control there. Especially if it's a quasi-research, if it's a quasi-experimental research, and wala ka talaga sa isang environment where you have a full control of other intervening variables. That's why it is in the limitation where you identify the constraints. Na possibly these are the variables. You have to identify all the variables that could possibly intervene in the course of your research, in the data that will have to be collected, and therefore your research, while it can be conclusive as to a particular research, at least you delimited and you limited it according to the context that you will not be studying and the constraints that you have identified in your research paper. Yun, masasabi ko lang doon, Ma'am Froy, wala kang control talaga doon unless it's fully experimental research. Ang experimental research, ginagawa yan sa mga clinical researches wherein local controls are provided. For example, you perform it in the laboratory wherein humidity, atmospheric pressure, mga science teachers dito, temperature or if they are not studied, okay, let's define what intervening variables po, no? Variables that are not studied that could possibly affect the result of the study. For example, yung sinabi nga ni Ma'am Froy kanina, kung ang pre-test, post-test lang ang mga variables mo, what if yung sex pala doon can be a factor, no? Pero hindi naman siya yung scope mo. You state it that it could be a constraint in your research. It may not be a specific subheading in the action research format or the basic research format, but across, I believe, in the conclusion, you can put it as part of your limitations. Na hindi siya na yun ang mga limitations mo, ito yung mga constraints niya, and therefore it can be recommended to be studied for the next research paper.
Thank you, Sir Leo. Tama ba yung naiisip ko rin na strategy in this particular study na instead na one classroom lang yung mag-pretest or isang klase lang yung mag-pretest and post-test, na parang Ang iniisip ko kasi dito, Sir Leo, paano, yung time frame nga, paano si start nung teacher yung kanyang experiment. Kailan din magte-take ng pre-test or post-test yung klase niya. Kasi yun nga, parang kung sa akin, kung sa experience ko, from first to fourth quarter, as we go through the third and fourth quarter, mas nagiging complicated yung mga topics. So possible na yung topics and yung overall experiences na ng mga bata ang nakaka-apekto dun sa kanilang academic performance at hindi talaga yung online flipped classroom. Yun po yung naiisip ko. And that is why, parang ang naiisip ko lang naman na strategy dito, Sir Leo, possible kaya na maging experimental siya, na yung teacher, i-experiment niya or titingnan niya yung difference ng isang klase na hindi gumamit ng online flipped classroom versus yung klase na gumamit ng online flipped classroom, and then i-compare niya yung academic performance ng dalawang klaseng ito.
That becomes already, thank you very much, you're no longer comparing pre-test, post-test. Actually, you can still get pre-test, post-test. No? In terms of the time frame, yung tanong mo, Ma'am Froy, you can do it by phases, no? Na pwede kang magkuha ng pre-test, post-test per quarter or per topic. Depende pa rin yan sa coverage ng topic ng research mo. No? Kung i-cover mo lang one part of 2-3 learning competencies or the whole competencies in one quarter or all the competencies across the 4 quarters, it depends on you, no? Kung gagawin mo ngayong 4 na quarters, 4 phases yan, I believe you can do a 4 phase na pre-test, post-test, pre-test, post-test, pre-test, post-test, pre-test, post-test sa 4 na quarters na yun. No, kasi remember as well that the first quarter, the quarters are independent entities from one another. Remember the spiral progression. I'm not sure with social sciences, but pero ang spiral progression sa sciences kasi, especially in the junior high school. In the junior high school, for example, biology, for sciences, biology, chemistry, physics, and earth science are already indicated in one quarter. And I believe this is applicable to elementary as well. So one quarter is an independent entity with another entity. And therefore, as far as I know, as far as that is concerned, no, the scores that, or the difference of the scores in the pre-test, post-test between quarters should be discussed independently. Although you can give an overall personal synthesis later in your discussion, but they are separate entities. Ano pa yung isang tanong mo? May isa ka pang tanong.
Experimental siya. Parang may
yun, experimental. Okay, I raised this earlier, no? The problem with experimental is, will it be ethical to do that? That you are doing something, a progressive type of research or an innovation that you have read in your research. The reason why you have done a particular intervention in the first place is because you have read in your research or you have reviewed that particular innovation can be effective, and you're just checking whether it will be effective in your class. Ngayon, hindi ba in that particular experiment, nako-compromise mo ang learning ng ibang hindi mo binigyan ng ganong kind of intervention? Okay, in that context, I mean, in a general perspective, pwede mong gawin yan. Pero it's also a question if it's ethical or not. That's why I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you're here already earlier, this is an issue of institutionalizing an ethical board, at least within, kahit yung buong CAR siguro may ethics board. Dito kasi sa Baguio, parang SLU at UC ang may ethics board na we have to consult if it involves human participation. Kailangan mong ipa-check whether it's ethical to do that or not. Kasi yung isa, you are giving an intervention that you deem can improve the performance of that group. Pero yung isa, hindi mo siya binigyan ng ganon. O di, kulang yung kind of teaching na ginawa mo sa traditional base na isang group. Did that answer my question? Did that answer your question, Ma'am Froy?
You tickled my you just actually tickled my thinking.
What did I tickle?
Napaisip ako doon. Okay.
Yeah. Kaya it's a challenge siguro sa mga technical working committee dito na we have to check lalo nandito na si Ma'am Froy, no? Si Ma'am Froy katatapos lang din niya ng MA niya. And nagso-start siya another program, I believe, no, na we look at the content of the paper. Mag-isip-isip na rin po tayo na tama ba, magiging ethical ba ang gagawin nating intervention kung i-compare natin, kung i-compromise, kung if we're going to look at the course of our experimentation, quasi-experimentation, will it compromise the other group who's not receiving the intervention that we are introducing? Di ba po? Tama po ba?
It's a possibility, although yeah, parang pwede nga rin naman kasi siyang experimental na ginagawa rin naman kasi natin, sir, for example, pilot studies na ginagawa ng DepEd, di ba? Parang may chosen schools na doon ginagawa yung mga bagong sistema na hindi ginagawa sa ibang school. Tama ba?
That is right. Pero I believe these kinds of studies like the one yung sa Philippine Normal University, nung inimplementa lang yung STAR, yung classroom evaluation tool, kami yung unang 40. Actually, in-experimentohan nun, 40 teachers ng CAR and Region 1. And I'm one of those people who tried yung evaluation, yung classroom observation tool nung 2015 before it was implemented in 2017 or 2018 ata. No? Pilot studies are okay for as long as, number one, it had been reviewed by the IRB. IRB kasi, or the ethics board, IRB means Institutional Review Board. Ang PNU may IRB sila. Sila kasi yung Philippine, meron silang Philippine Center for Quality of Teaching, something, ganun sila So may IRB sila. So in terms of that question, Ma'am Froy, these kinds of researches wherein it would involve pilot studies, it should and it must have undergone ethical reviews.
Thank you, Sir Leo. Yan.
Yes.
We are learning a lot.
Hindi, at least these are questions na very it will open discussions. So thank you very much for raising this question. Okay, sige. Okay. Any more question po or any more addition? None, Brutus, none. Okay. Sige. Let's go to Google Jamboard. Google Jamboard this time. I will stop sharing. Let's have the first. Pwedeng mute po. Naguhugas po ata yung
Makagay.
wait lang po Sige. Give me one moment please. I'll just send you a link para gawin po natin ang ating interactive group activity today. Saan ko naman nilagay yun? Forgot. Sige. Nandito pa naman po tayo lahat, no? Hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, 74 pa rin tayo lahat dito. So, very good. Wait lang po. So, I will send you a link on Jamboard. Sino na pong nakagamit ng Jamboard dito? Sa Google din po ito. This is very nice. I see that students are very interactive with this Jamboard. So, I would like us to use this as well. Wait lang po, kunin ko yung link lang niya. Hindi ko kasi na, ayun. Tapos i-paste ko po siya sa ating GChat. Yan.
Ito ba yung drag, sir?
Wait, pakita ko po. May dinadrag po dito. Nagamit yun na po ito?
Parang, po.
Ooh, sugoy. Ayun, sige. Yan po, pinost ko na po siya. Pinaste ko na po siya sa GChat. Kindly open it. I believe I edited the accessibility of this as well. Yan. And you'll be able to see this. So for the organizers, for the working committee today, ito po yung unang breakout session po natin. Yan. Okay. So I prepared here 5 very general topics. Ilang pong grupo tayo? Ma'am, working committee, Ma'am Gamad? Ay, tatlo lang?
Yeah.
Anyways, 5 pa rin prepare ko. Siguro mamili na lang kayo. Ay, hindi pwede. Sige, pero sayang naman yung dalawang isip ko kagabi. Okay, so Group 1, sige na nga, Group 1, this will be your topic. Very general topic lang to. You have to identify variables. Group 1 pa na. You have to identify variables. So what you're going to do is just drag, siguro, ito halimbawa, gumamit kayo ng, ayan, sticky note o the variables are academic performance, whatever, ganyan. You can do that. Then paste it here, for example. Yan. Ano ba dito? Kunwari, variable 1. Yan, yung variable ko. Okay, lalagay ko dyan. I can stick it here. Or everybody are enjoined to, for group 1, no, are enjoined to participate here. You can do or remove any answers here. Yan, variable 1. And then also write your specific questions. No, write your general question and your specific question. Your general objective will have to include wait lang po, tumatawag ang aking professor. Wait lang po, give me 1 minute po. Wait, 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, so, tumawag po yung aking professor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yan. Okay. So, what you can do here, just play with all this. May pen po dito, may eraser po dito. Kung gusto niyo mag-drawing, mag-drawing po kayo. Ayan, or erase niyo yung drawing ng iba. Tapos, pero dito, you can use the sticky note to write your answer. So, what are the variables? So, the goal is to identify the variables or any variables kasi very general po itong mga topics na nilagay ko dito. Variables that you can study and then identify your general objective, which should include a project task and a target outcome of your general objective. And then second part will be the specific questions, whether you're going to stick with only the descriptive question or you're going to include other inferential questions. No? So group 1, let me just remove this. Group 1, this will be your topic. A teacher is interested how parents feel about the opening of face-to-face classes in January 2022. Kasi sa amin po sa Pisay, mag-open na po kami sa January. Yan. Pero grade 12 lang. So, Group 2, a teacher would like to investigate the relationship of various demographic variables, pwedeng sex, pwedeng, ano pa, kung anong demographic variables ang maisip nyo dyan, you can be creative for group number 2. And group number 3, yan, a teacher prepared an innovation called Abridging Science Concepts, Building New Scientist Students, or ABS-CBN SS, to improve science conceptual understanding of students in Science 9. I-present ko ngayong iba. Sige, para lang makita nyo na yung effort ko na ginawa kong topic yesterday. Okay, a DepEd staff would like to check the readiness of schools for the opening of classes in January 2022. 5, a DepEd staff would like to introduce a smartphone application called iPuson, Public Service Online. Yan. To improve quality of service in the department. Yan. Sige. Group 1 na lang. Ano pong gusto ng group 1? Siguro yung sa inyo na lang ito. A teacher would like to, is interested how parents feel about the opening of face-to-face classes. Group number 2, paano kaya? Ito na lang, group number 2. And then group number 3, itong ABS-CBN SS. Kung may gusto pong gumawa ng 4 and 5, go lang po. And then afterwards, I will be asking, before lunch break, I will be asking some of you to, or a group leader to facilitate the activity, and then later assign siguro a reporter for the presentation later. So may I give you siguro 15 minutes? Is that possible? 15 minutes po? So group 1, pwede nyo pong slide po. So group 1, ito lang po ang gagalawin nyo. Group 2, ito lang ang gagalawin nyo. Group 3, ito lang ang gagawin nyo. Kung sino may gustong gumawa ng 4 and 5, just go ahead. Okay.
Hello,
So
Sir
on
Leo.
that note, you're given 15 minutes. Okay,
Leo.
you may break out now. Anyways, everybody has access to this naman na. Okay?
Hello,
Any
po, Sir Leo.
question?
Hello, sir.
Yes po.
Sir, pwede rin naman yung mga iba pumunta sa Group 4 and Group 5 since we are 70.
Oo nga po eh. Oo.
Maraming participants in each group, pag tatlong group lang, maraming participants per group. May I suggest na yung iba pupunta sa Group 4 and Group 5 para ma-distribute?
Anyways po, yeah. Anyways po, I think if you're going to group it in the breakout session, you can create 5 breakout rooms para yung siguro number it na lang na Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5 para ma-determine nila kung ano yung pwede nila, ano yung gagawin nilang part.
Yes, sir.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you po. Sige, 15 minutes and then I'm going to visit each room later. So, thank you. Welcome back to our main session. May I request, sige, let's just have, paano ba? Let's have group number, random to, let's have group number 3, followed by group number 2, then 5, 1, then 4. Ulitin natin, lagay ko po sa chat box para hindi ko makalimutan. Ulitin natin yon. Ayun. So, ano po yan? 3, 2, 5, 1, then 4. Ayun. So, thank you very much. Once you are ready with your paper, with your output, you may project it already. So, you have the virtual floor, group number 3. Then we'll have all the comments processed later after their presentation. May I request that if you have comments on this particular presentation, just have to key it in our chat box. Thank you very much.
Take it away, Ma'am Catherine. Nola.
Good morning po. Good morning po, colleagues. Good morning again, Sir Leo. So I am representing Group 3, and the scenario given to us is a teacher prepared an innovation called Bridging Science Concepts, Building New Scientist Students, or ABS-CBN SS, to improve science conceptual understanding of students in Science 9. Now we also have identified the variables. We start with the dependent variables or variable, which is the level of science conceptual understanding of students in Science 9. And we have the independent variable, which is the innovation called Bridging Science Concepts, Building New Scientist Students, or ABS-CBN-SS. Now, from these variables, we have crafted 2 possible questions for this scenario. The first one is, what is the level of science conceptual understanding of students in Science 9 before and after undergoing the ABS-CBN-SS innovation, which is basically a descriptive type of question. Now, aside from that, we also have the second one, which is there a significant difference in the level of science conceptual understanding before and after undergoing the ABS-CBN-SS innovation? Again, this type of question is an inferential comparative. So yan po yung aming output, Sir Leo, for the given scenario po.
Very good. Can we give them a round of applause, a virtual round of applause? I think you can do reactions there po. Yeah, very nice. Very good po, no? Yeah, thank you very much, group number 3. Any comments po before I'll give my input? Any comments or question for this group? Any input? Any congratulatory message to this group? Wala na yung DepEd ko na, okay, bigyan ng angel clap. Dahil ganun po, no? Yon. Okay, thank you very much. No, do you think that the question, the 2 questions encapsulated already the very idea of that particular teacher who had prepared the ABS-CBN-SS application, or let's say innovation? Do you think it captures the idea? Yes.
Oo, no? Kasi una, they were able to already discuss here, or they were able to identify what could possibly be the pre-assessment or the pre-score or the performance of the students prior or in Science 9 prior to the introduction or the implementation of the innovation here called the ABS-CBN-SS. And then in the second question, that's when they are going to compare if the difference is significant or not. Do you plan to look at or to study possibly the comparing it with other groups, for example? Maybe no instead of, 'di ba, ang ginawa ang tanong kasi kanina ni Ma'am Froy, yung pwede siyang i-compare with other groups, and we understood that we have to observe ethical understanding, ethical issues, ethical consideration in implementing our experimental research like this. Or by the way, this is a quasi experimental kind of research. Now the question is, can we also introduce possibly maybe two kinds of innovations instead? No, two kinds of innovations instead, na yung isa para hindi naglalag yung isang grupo, na halimbawa you're going to test it in one class, yung isa wala kang tinest at all, pero still you compromise the other class, or are you just going to implement the whole this particular abridgment tool to the whole batch? Pero also it can also be a suggestion that another innovation can be compared to it as well, no? Yan. Okay, so any more input about for this particular research? Yes po.
Lumabas po kanina yan sa discussion namin kanina. There's also possibility po to test the innovation sa different groups. So sabi namin okay din naman po yun. Possible pa rin po yun.
For as long, thank you po. For as long as there is a part in your procedure later that it will have to undergo ethical review, di ba po? Lagi siguro siguro if there's one takeaway na gusto po nating mangyari ngayon, lalo pat ang majority of research in the Department of Education is on action research talaga, wherein you're going to implement a particular innovation or whatever, then it is important na ang malaking takeaway natin is for us to make sure that it's an ethical move to do that.
Tama po, sir.
Anyways, thank you very much po. Thank you very much and congratulations. Okay, let's have group number 2, and there's a message here. Ma'am Jesusa. Group number 2. So sino pang mag-represent? Sino pang mag-share ng screen? Tapos ang mag-represent daw po si Ma'am Jesusa. There you go. Ma'am Jesusa, are you there po? Sana all nagkakape. Hindi ko to kape, Milo to. I'm already too caffeinated already for the past days kasi kailangan ko mangolekta ng stickers sa Starbucks. Joke lang. Oh, group number 2. Anybody po? Nag-private message po kasi sa akin. Okay. Group number 2. Sige. While waiting for group number 2, can we proceed to group number 5? Siguro kailangan mo nang mag-usap ng group number 5 and ng group number 2 kung sino ang magre-report sa kanila. Sige. Group number 5, anybody from you? Share your screen and then do the reporting already or presentation of your output. Okay. Thank you po, Ma'am Gawain.
Hello po, for group number 5, I request Ma'am Esther Payapa to present our work. Thank you.
Maybe ma'am, you can enlarge po the sticky notes here. You can actually drag the end of one of the corners para mas malaki.
Oh. Wait lang, sir. Bayan. Sige. So, from group number 5 po, based from the consolidated, charot. Ito po yung mga dependent variable. Ay, iisa lang pala. Okay, dependent variable namin is the effectiveness of smartphone application called the IPOSON, ... Okay. To improve qualities of service in the department. And then the independent variables, meron ba? Okay. Independent variables are the DepEd services or the quality service in the department. And then meron pa dito DepEd staff. Okay. And then sa mga questions na nandito, parang may pagkakapareho. So sa mga questions, these are the questions. What is the level of effectiveness of the smartphone application called the IPOSON in the service of the Department of Education? Is the level, another is what is the level of satisfaction among the DepEd staff on the smartphone application called the IPOSON to improve the quality of service in the department? And then specific question under the satisfaction is there, or what is the level of satisfaction in the use of the smartphone among the male? Para daw, ano yun? God sensitive ba yun? Basta nasa, male, among the male DepEd staff. And then another is level of satisfaction in the use of the smartphone application among the female DepEd staff. And then is there a significant difference in the satisfaction of in the use of smartphone application called the IPOSON among male and female DepEd staff? Yun, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Group number 5. Okay, group number 5. Let's give them a virtual applause. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, very good because ang active ng grupo, ang dami nilang sagot dito. Ang daming nakalagay. Pero this is the reason why it's a group work, and there's a facilitator na para we do not just collate all responses, but we consolidate and we meet halfway. What really is, for example, this is a group work. This is a research group. How to say? This is a team research. Ganun ba, kailangan din nating i-trim down yung specific talaga na variables that we deem necessary to be talked about, that we deem necessary to be explored on. No, so that's what we do in a research team, no. Kaya ito halimbawa may isang wait natin, balikan na nga natin. May isang research question dito na ang independent variable niya ay may sex, male DepEd staff, yung isa female, something like that. Yung isa walang ganon. So I think we need to reorganize our questions in a way that it will be one solid set of questions, cohesively identified, formulated research question to address the research problem that will have to be indicated in this particular research idea. Now, ayan. Also, so ang isa, they are talking about the level of satisfaction in the use. Yung isa, level of effectiveness. So which one are you really going to study? Are you going to study both? no? So we look at that as well, no? And then if you're going to look at level of effectiveness, is our discussion of level of effectiveness going to be the same as that of the level as our discussion that's going to be done in discussing, for example, the responses for the level of satisfaction? Isn't it that part of satisfaction or probably effectiveness is the other variable? No? Pag mineasure ba natin ang level of effectiveness, pwede din ba nating one of the subdomains of level of effectiveness is the satisfaction, something like that. We need to consider that in a particular domain, there might be subdomains there, and probably one of these two can be a subdomain of the other. Tama po? Yan. And also, you are also referring to male versus female. Do you think it's really necessary that we consider the difference between the responses of male versus female? Do you think asking that particular question, this is an open question, do you think adding sex as one of the variables in your question be necessary towards achieving the goal of creating this particular application in the first place? Now that you know, for example, that that there is probably a difference between their responses, what would you do after that? Oh, because of God. Is God only referring to, for example, in this particular context, ang God ba necessary ang kanyang magiging output dito? This is an open question, so I would like to verify. No. Well, if it is, then this is necessary, and if you put it as part of your variables here, it is necessary that we establish the necessity to study sex in the how to say the background of the study earlier, no, in the first chapter or the first part of our research. Okay, sige. Okay, any more question? So far sa dalawang grupo na naglagay ng kanilang output, wala pa ako nakitang general objective, no? So only the specific objectives. You immediately went into discussing the specific objective, no? Kasi remember that it is in the general objective that you will have to identify what really is needed to be addressed. What particular problem, target outcome needed to be expected and addressed respectively. Okay? Yeah. Thank you very much, group number 5. Group number 5. Yeah, group number 5. Also, I want to point out something, no? Just because we put sex, which is male versus female, does not necessarily satisfy the guidelines of God. What does really God or Gender and Development say council or the program itself really would like us to address when they propose or when they advance the idea of this particular program? Is it sufficient already that when we identify, for example, male and female as variables of our research, the goals of Gender and Development program? No? And also, it is not entirely necessary that we put it always, no, na ang application niya ganun ka very, I don't want to use the word, pero for the lack of term, yung shallowness ng sex na parang may ma-separate, parang may God, ganun, no? Kasi yun yung sinabi ng DepEd, no? But we have to look at more deeply why it is a necessity to incorporate the concept of God in our research paper. While we observe it, is male and female enough for us to properly implement or integrate the concept or the very idea of gender and development? Yes. Okay po? No? That is only sa ganang akin. Para lang po sa akin. No? Pero yeah. Yan. Okay, thank you very much po. Thank you, group number 5. Let's have group number 2. Group number 2.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Okay, so ito po yung mga sinulat ng group number 2 is the relationship between principal openness to change, faculty openness to change, work focus of control, and school growth mindset. And the variables are identified are the work position and the location. And then the other one is there a significant relationship between age and growth mindset of teachers. The variables identified are the age and growth mindset and the teachers. And next po, may idadagdag pa po si Ma'am Ready?
Wala na po.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Ma'am Hannah. Thank you, group number 2, for your output, for your presentation. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. Okay, now, so their topic is a teacher would like to investigate the relationship between of various demographic variables of his co-teachers in their growth mindset. At ang in-identify nilang variables here, the locus, work position, location, age, growth mindset, teachers. Okay, sige. Okay. Okay, so ang question nila dito, is there a relationship between the principal openness to change, principal talaga, sige, principal openness to change, ay hugot to mga to faculty openness to change, work focus of control, and school growth mindset. Okay, medyo ang dinamihan ng grupong to yung domains nila, no? Yes, thank you, Ma'am Froy, no? Sige, i-process natin yung comment later ni Ma'am Froy, no? Tama. Maybe the first thing that we need to identify talaga is what are the specific variables that we really need to study. If we're going to study about work, what do you mean by work in that particular aspect? What do we mean by position? Is it the designation ba? Or the designation as in teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3, master teacher 1, master teacher 2, and so on. In terms, or is it in terms of committee designation, kung God chairperson ba siya, or siya yung nasa PTA, whatever, no? Location, what do you mean by that? So we need to specify these particular variables, especially that we have to be specific. The word specific is there for a reason, no? In our research question, we need to specify this. Maybe I would suggest number one is, maybe the first question can possibly be, what is, ano ba, tama siguro si Ma'am Froy, no? What is the particular level of growth mindset of teachers? And then number 2, you could possibly ask already the significant differences of growth mindset of teachers, or the level of growth mindset of teachers when they are grouped according to specific demographic variable. For example, may differences bang ang growth mindset, ang level ng growth mindset ng mga guro if they are grouped according to sex? Pwede yan, pwede siguro, no? Mas mataas ba ang growth mindset ng babaeng teacher versus lalaking teachers? Second, may differences ba pag ang natapos ng teacher na to is bachelor, masters, PhD, no? Mga ganon. Third, kung anumang demographic variable. Kaya ko nilagay dito yung word, the various demographic variables, because I intend to make you understand, or make you think of different variables that could possibly be studied and could possibly have an effect to the growth mindset, no? Yan. Is there a relationship? So how itong is there a relationship between principal openness? This is a quantitative research, no? So how will you measure principal openness? Yun yung tanongin natin. Since this is a quantitative research, are you going to measure, anong scientific determining survey or inventory can assess the openness of principal? Is it coming from the perspective of the subordinates? And if it is, will it be a valid and reliable way to assess? Something like that, no? Tapos even the faculty's openness to change. Meron din bang scientific measurement for this? Or at least quantifiable data that could measure this or that could determine this? yun siguro, no? Kaya ang suggestion ko, alam nyo, maraming, kaya this is very simple tong na to, tong idea na to, research idea, kasi there's a lot of inventories of growth mindset, and it will determine the one that we search with Ma'am Vanessa Benis of San Vicente National High School. Yung isang inventory, it will classify the teachers or the respondents into 4 major growth mindset groups. Yung very fixed mindset, growth mindset, or very high growth mindset, and very high growth mindset. Not like that, no? And then you can quantify it into 1 to 4, for example. Ganun, no? Yan. Or the score itself can already be used, which is now a ratio, an interval scale. Yan. Tapos i-relate nyo kung yung variables ba ng demographic can be a factor in terms of the growth mindset of the individual. Nagets po ba natin yun? Ayun, pwede itong question to. Is there a significant relationship between age and growth mindset of teachers? Yun, pwede yun. Kasi meron kang yung age, which is a quantitative data, and possibly the growth mindset of the teachers, which can be a quantified data. No? Titingnan nyo, as the teacher ages ba, tumataas or bumababa ang kanilang growth mindset, or mas nagiging fixed yung mindset nila na hindi sila nagpapasuy sa mga batang teachers na ang sigla-sigla. Diba? Okay, Ma'am Froy, I'll give you the floor para you can discuss what your comments are, para I don't have to read yours. Ma'am Froy?
Sorry sir, iniisip ko lang kasi dun sa growth mindset, kung professional growth po yung tinutukoy natin dito, syempre papasok yung schooling and all as some factors, tama ba? Parang sa bagay, lalabas naman sa definition of terms niya sa paper ko ano yung ibig sabihin noong growth mindset or ng professional growth mindset. Would it mean going back to school for professional growth? Ganyan. So, yung sa comment mo kanina, sir, doon sa app na tiningnan ang sex as a variable, I would agree with you na parang hindi relevant yung sex doon na titingnan as a demographic variable. While in this particular study, for me, magiging relevant nga yung sex kasi pwedeng ma-compare later on yung gender roles ng babae and lalaki. Like for example, yung mga babae ba mas between male and female teachers, sino sa kanila yung mas open-minded towards going back to school, or ano rin yung mga hindrances o na-encounter nila that prevents them from going back to school. So ngayon pa lang siguro na-visualize natin based on our experience paano, although syempre dadaanin natin sa research and mas mayaman na sharing ng ating mga participants. And ano yung sinabi ko kanina? Wait lang. Ayun, yun lang naman po sir, yung mas maging malinaw yung definition ng terms natin, sa keywords natin. And tama, may purpose din kasi yung demographic variables na nilalagay natin, hindi basta kung ano-ano lang, tama ba sir? Kailangan meron silang purpose and objective bakit natin gustong tingnan yung mga yun. Pero maganda rin itong output ng ano pong group ito. Okay na okay po. So yun, congratulations lang po sa team.
Okay, thank you very much Ma'am Froy for that input. No, tama yung sinabi ni Ma'am Froy regarding sa growth mindset, that we can also measure, siguro not necessarily classifying them according to very high or very low growth mindset, but we can also include some other sub-dimensions of growth mindset, things like mga sinabi niya, growth mindset in terms of going to advancement or in studies, in terms of different aspects. Natin, possibly pwedeng Likert scale yun na parang pag mataas siya sa gantong aspect in terms of mataas siya sa growth mindset niya in terms of this particular aspect on education, pwede yun. Openness to teachers, pwede yun. Pero sa openness of teacher, my question lang earlier is, how do you quantify it? How do we measure pala talaga the growth mindset? May sagot dito si Ma'am Jesusa Rosario. Ma'am Jesusa, I'll give you the floor po. Go ahead. And I believe Ma'am Jesusa is a school head? Yes po. I'll give you the virtual floor po.
Teacher 3 lang po.
Go po, ma'am.
Yung sa variable, yung openness ng school head to change is a measure of the willingness, speed, responsiveness, and commitment with which the principal acts to support change in the school. Specific po ba yun?
Yeah, okay. I got that it was operationally defined already that the principal openness are these variables, but the question is how will you measure the willingness?
Okay. So siguro
Ano ba,
yung
i-rate ba ng mga subordinates niya yung willingness niya? Very, very willing. Not willing. Ganun po ba? Pwede yan. Siguro. Pwede. If you can devise an inventory or a survey questionnaire to measure that, but we have to make sure that this survey questionnaire are reliability tested and validity tested. And ang magva-validate and magva-validate ng mga questionnaires na to, hindi po necessarily yung immediate boss ninyo, ang inyong EPS, ang PSDS. Remember, validators of your questionnaire must be experts of the field.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes po. So, including speed, responsiveness, and commitment, we have to make sure that even if we are operationally defining it this way, in a quantitative research, how do we assess this? How do we assess speed? How do you assess responsiveness? How do you assess commitment? Okay. Thank you very much. Ma'am
you,
Lucas.
sir.
Yes po. Ma'am Lucas, go ahead. This is ma'am from Marilyn po, di ba? Ma'am Lucas. Marlene. Are you here po? Sige, while waiting for Ma'am Ma'am Lucas, let's have Ma'am Ngalog. Yung suggestion, may suggestion si Ma'am Ngalog dito.
Yes, sir. Napag-isip lang po ako doon sa possible na
Medyo mahina yung audio mo, Ma'am Ngalog.
Okay na po ba, sir? Better na po, sir?
Yes po.
Sir, I think dito sa may variables, I think pwede natin sigurong i-include yung appended duties at saka designations ng teachers na pwedeng mag-affect ng growth mindset nila. Kasi like sa mga big schools, no, sir, may mga different programs sila, may mga yung mga established na mga annual activities na usually dini-designate yung mga teachers doon. So like may example, siguro may very specific na example tayo dyan, yung if you are designated as school paper advisor, there are times na talagang those teachers who are designated are not really at first hindi pa adept. Pero you see, with the designation, yun yung magpupush ng growth mindset. So what I'm trying to say is teachers respond based on, respond to growth based on designation po na binibigay din sa kanila ng school. So pwede po siguro yun i-consider as a variable.
Okay. Yeah.
At the same time, sir, gusto ko lang din I would agree to what you said earlier about doon sa sobra kasi tayong emphatic sometimes in integrating God sa mga researches natin. Pero there are also researches na na hindi naman talaga natin kailangang i-identify na dapat God sensitive ito or what. Kasi embedded na siya, lalo na kapag ang research na ginagawa natin ay by nature inclusive po siya, sir. Kaya I would say tamang-tama po yung sinabi niyo kanina kasi we don't really have to be so emphatic, at the same time very implicit doon sa pag-craft natin ng questions. Yun lang naman po yung sa akin, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Ngala, for that. I believe, Ma'am, thank you very much for your input. No? I believe, Ma'am Froy raised her hand.
Yes, sir. Na-imagine ko lang ulit na itong growth mindset ay pwede natin ulit hatiin into different determinants. Kung maalala mo, Sir Leo, yung thesis ko kasi working conditions and turnover intentions, inanalyze natin siya, kinumpare natin yung result according to different demographics, tapos meron pa ulit determinants yung working condition. So I think for the growth mindset, pwede ulit hati-hatiin to in different determinants wherein ano ba yung tinutukoy nating ano nga yung ano nga yung determinants ng growth mindset? Is it perhaps pwedeng lalabas dito yung going back to school or career advancement, yung mindset nila on that, being given new designations, etc. Pero lalabas ulit yun sa kanilang literature review. Tama ba, sir? I think maganda ring tingnan ito. Siguro, ang masasabi ko, sir, dito pa lang sa mga pine-present ninyong topics, pwede na siyang pagkuhanan ng inspiration sa mga gustong mag-research na wala pang maisip na topic. Pero dito pa lang sa sharing natin, I hope nabibigyan ng idea yung iba na pwedeng from this idea, parang pwede itong makatulong sa akin para ganito yung i-conceptualize ko na ipupursue ko na study. So thank you, sir, for your creative ideas that you have presented in this in this workshop.
Ay nako, you're welcome po. Pero yeah, for Gwen talaga, ang heated no ng topic about this, especially if it involves relationship of teachers with their with their bosses, or the bosses relationship with the teachers, and so on and so forth. No, marami talagang lalo na ang involved dito talaga is the teachers well-being, the teachers academic advancement, and so on and so forth. So tama, maraming salamat po sa mga input ninyo. I'm still giving the floor to Ma'am Lucas if she has something to say po.
Hello, sir.
Go, ma'am.
Concerning ba sa comment ko a while ago, sir? Yes, because everything is about law. Yung rules and regulations, promise with the designation, realization ko lang naman po ito regarding my present designation, perhaps because we also need to understand that we are guided by these DepEd orders and DepEd memos, cascaded towards the regional memo, and the regional orders also to our division orders and DepEd memos. So siguro understanding na lang siguro between our boss towards our teachers, and what's really important is that yung understanding for both, kasi ang hirap ng senaryo ng lalo na kung hindi supportive ang isa sa isa, and then nandun ka sa gitna, what's happening, parang ang nasa mode mo na kung sige, go on lang, yun lang ang masasabi mo as joining the team perhaps ng present designation ko at the moment. So siguro yun po, sir, concerning on the DepEd orders cascaded down to teachers po.
Hey, thank you, ma'am. No, I understand po, no, especially exasperating talaga ang pag-handle ng admin. I wouldn't know, at least I would know now, pero it's really exasperating siguro talaga na magkaroon ng higher position and you have teachers na if you talk about growth mindset, but dealing with provisions, with laws, ordinances, siguro memoranda, orders, I think meron pa ring say, meron pa rin kailangang say ang nasa babang level, mga subordinates, because if this is a particular facet that needed to be studied, no, in terms, I believe nanggagaling ang hugot ni Ma'am Lucas in terms of the openness of particularly of principal, siguro openness of those who are in the higher levels, but at the same time we should also understand where these teachers are coming from as well, no? So maybe two-way, tama lang din si Ma'am Lucas, we have to look at it in two ways, understanding what the situation of those people who are subordinates and those people who are holding a higher position, because positions are not there for entitlement, but for us to bring up the people who are as our subordinates, diba? So, kaya, yun. So, yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot of things to talk about growth mindset. So, so I suggest that that we explore more on this. If you deem necessary to explore more topics about growth mindset, then by all means prosper. Okay, thank you very much for all these answers. Now let's move to group number 1. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Group number 1. Right? Anyways, 2 more groups and then we will have our lunch break already.
Yes po, sir. Wait lang po.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much po. And so far, I hope everybody may natututunan po tayo sa ating mga sharing of ideas, no? So 12 na daw, lilipad na yung manok. Tapusin na po natin to. Sige, go ahead, Ma'am Chari.
Yan, bilisan ko na lang po. Okay, so yung topic po namin is, ito po, teacher is interested how parents feel about the opening of face-to-face classes in January 2022. Demographic, syempre, is our parents, our independent variables, or the parents of learners studying in Baguio City. So, finocus po namin siya sa Baguio City niya lang para mas maging specific. And then, our dependent variable or the perceptions or reasons po pala ito. Reasons on health and safety, and then the preparations made by the parents before the opening of face-to-face classes. Now, our main problem is to identify the different reasons of parents in the opening of face-to-face classes in January 2022 in Baguio City, and our sub-problems or specific sub-problems or specific questions are, what is the percentage of parents who are in favor and who are not in favor of face-to-face classes in Baguio City? Next, what are the reasons of parents who are in favor and who are not in favor of face-to-face classes in terms of health and the level of safety of the learners? And then third, what ways do parents employ to prepare the learners for the face-to-face classes?
Okay, thank you very much po, Ma'am Chari, and to the rest of the group. Thank you very much for all your input. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Okay, so the variables that they identified here are including demographics. Independent variables are the parents. How is parents going to be independent variables? Maybe it could be a demographic, no? Yeah. The dependent variables would be parents' reasons on health and safety and preparations. And their main problem is to identify different reasons of parents in opening face-to-face classes. Okay, in this particular research, do you think this is qualitative in nature or quantitative in nature?
Qualitative.
Maybe, sige. Qualitative or quantitative? Quanti? At least the first
Quali, sir. Quali.
At least the first question is a quantitative research here. When you ask for the percentage of parents, descriptive yun kasi may presentation ng graph, ito yung percentage ng ayaw, ito yung percentage ng wala. So quantitative yun. Pero when you ask the reasons of parents, unless there's a measurement survey questionnaire that would ask these reasons, I don't even know how. Or probably may listed reasons, tapos magtatali ka, ito yung reason ko, ganyan, magtatali ka na lang. Ito yung pinaka-reason nila, ito yung pinakamarami ang reason, that becomes quantitative as well. But if you solicit, for example, the reasons of parents of why they are not or they are in favor of the face-to-face classes, then I believe this is a qualitative research. No? Mag-thematize kasi dito, ito yung kung open-ended yung question, no, sasabihin ng mga parents, yung respondents mo, yung participants mo, they're going to answer already that these are my reasons. And then it is up to you as the researcher to thematize it through probably phenomenological reduction, cool and warm analysis. Ito yung theme number 1 ko, ito yung reason number 1 ng group of parents, ito yung sagot nila. Group 2 of parents, ito yung sagot nila. Something like that. No? It becomes qualitative in nature. How about instead, this is quantitative, this is in the context of quantitative, our talk. How about if in number 2 instead, why not ask, what is the level of acceptability maybe of parents in the opening of face-to-face classes in January 2022? No? Parang ang mangyayari na lang, they're going to answer in favor of this, blah, 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 and so on. Yung level of acceptability or level of favorability, if I may use the word, no, of parents. Very high ba? Very low? Something like that, no? Or, pwede, di ba? Yeah. And then probably the third, this question, yung what are the reasons who are in favor, can be a substantiating question later to support the survey questionnaire that you mentioned in number 2. Na pag nakita mo sa kanila na very low ang kanilang favorability of opening their perspective in the opening of face-to-face classes next January 2022, then in number 3, dun mo explain, to answer this, dun nila explain explicitly why they are not in favor or why probably they are in favor of the opening of face-to-face classes. So it becomes a mixed method design. In that case, it's a sequential explanatory mixed method design because the quantitative precedes the qualitative part. No, ganyan. Pwedeng level of acceptability. Maybe I can also add as part of the inferential question here, is there a significant difference in the level of acceptability or favorability of parents in the opening of face-to-face classes when the parents are grouped or the family is grouped according to first socio-economic status? Pwedeng maging factor. Do you think itong socio-economic factor becomes a factor in terms of their response in the level of favorability of parents? Mamaya yung mga nasa middle income at mga nasa high income families lang ang favor, tapos nasa low income yung mababa. Right? Or can we talk about as well the location of the family? Is there a significant difference in the level of favorability of parents in terms of their location? Kung nasa highland sila or nasa lowland sila. Kasi kalimbawa sa nature ng estudyante namin sa Philippine Science High School, may mga nanggagaling sa lowland, may isa pa nga nanggaling sa Mindanao, mga ganun po, di ba? Yan. Oh. Yeah, wait lang. Ano pa? Ayun, tapos siguro dun sa level of favorability, we can include here specific dimensions. For example, level of favorability or level of acceptability in terms of ano ba yung teaching and learning modality na i-incorporate sa face-to-face. Kasi dapat naglabas ang Department of Education ng guideline in terms of number 1, teaching and learning. Number 2, well-being and protection. Siguro yung mga health protocols that will have to be observed. Number 3, availability of facilities. Siguro ito, titignan nila yung favorability, level of favorability ng dimension na to, dimension na to, dimension nito. Get it? I mean, tama po ba? Get it? Tama po ba? No, para ilagay mo nga Ma'am Chari yung dimension siguro in number 2. Number 2. Yan, lagay mo. Dimension niya sa baba. Siguro A.
Saan banda, sir? I ask you.
Or number 2, then A. Question mark, then A. Yan. A, siguro una is teaching and learning. Letter B, well-being and protection. Then C, pwedeng availability of facilities. Ganyan. O di mas naging comprehensive yung research, naging quantitative siya at one part and then qualitative on the other head, di ba? On the other part. Yan. What are the reasons of parents? Okay na yan. And then what ways do parents employ to prepare the learners? Oh, pwede din yan. Pero qualitative part na to. Yeah, pero ang pinag-usapan lang natin is the quantitative part. However, yes, and I believe it will have to be talked to you. It will be a discussion to you by one of the speakers about specific designs in mixed method. No? Yan, okay. Yan. So definitely you need to change your main problem here. Po, no? Yan, sabi ni ng Freud, pwede din ang educational background ng parents. Oh, for as long as you feel like it is necessary that educational background can be a factor, and which you're going to study it naman in your paper, then by all means include it. Yan, pwede kasing factor din yung kakayanan ng parents na mag-tutor. That's true, totoo din. Kasi malay mo yung ayaw talaga is yung medyo low ang kanilang educational attainment, no? Kaya na they cannot handle the pressure of them teaching their students or guiding them or helping them out with their modules, no? Yeah. Thank you very much for this input. Thank you. And let's give them a round of applause. Thank you po. Bilis ni Ma'am Chario, nalagay niya na agad yung question. Gagawin niya ng study to.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. And then group number 4.
Okay, so good happy lunch everyone. Lunchtime na. So already 12:05. Okay, I will read the group work of group 4. So our variable is yung dependent variable namin is readiness of public elementary schools in the division of Baguio City in the opening of classes this coming January 2022. So ang aming independent variable is opening of classes in January 2022. So meron pang ibang mga suggestions as actually yung dependent variable the same as the suggestion ng first. And then we have the third one. The same din lang siya. Pero yung independent variable naman niya is na specific as using a preparedness of the materials, yung learning materials ng mga learners and the internet connection gadgets. And the third suggestion was readiness of DepEd teaching staff. And our independent variable is the opening of classes. Yan po. And for our objective, general objective, to determine the readiness of the school in the division of Baguio City, of Baguio and opening of classes in January 2022. So we have our possible question. What is the level of readiness of public elementary schools in the division of Baguio City in opening of classes in January 2022? So another possible questions. What is the level of readiness of DepEd teaching staff in the division of Baguio City in the opening of classes in January 2022? So the third possible question would be, what is the level of readiness of schools in Baguio City in terms of the following area? Number 1, school zone. 2, safety and health facilities. Number 3, the school personnel. 4, the learners. And 5, the parents. Ang dami. Yan po, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, yes. So basically their dependent variable here is the level of readiness, and their independent variable here would be opening of classes. Probably your demographics here would include students, yung mga key respondents ninyo, students, teachers, yung mga stakeholders and parents.
Yes.
Tama po? Diba?
Yes, sir.
So the teachers and teachers and staff, including the administrators. Number 2, the teacher, the parents, then or guardians. Number 3 would be the students, of course, your main stakeholder. Okay, ang suggestion ko lang sa specific objective, this can be actually integrated into one question, which is what is the level of readiness of public school elementary of public elementary and high school or secondary schools in the division of Baguio City as perceived by the different stakeholders. Pwede ba yun?
Yes, sir. The internal and external stakeholders.
Yes, pwede po yun. And then, will it be necessary for you to identify the siguro for further analysis in inferential question, for example, is there a significant difference in the perspective of the stakeholders in the level of readiness in terms of their function or in terms of their role as, for example, number one, they're as a student, as a parent, as an administrator, something like that, no? So kayo na lang po mag-isip siguro kung anong pwedeng demographic variable to further analyze the topic that you're going to get out of the general question. No? Ang main goal naman natin dito is just to survey the readiness, no? And ang ganda ng ginawa ng third question here. Ang suggestion ko lang, we consolidate it into one question, no? That's the work of the facilitator to consolidate it into one question or to make a cohesive question para mas maganda yung presentation ng ating mga objectives. Okay, dito like the last question would include already specific domains here. Readiness in terms of what? Area or school zone, tama. Safety and health facilities, although number 1 and number 2 can be integrated. Even number 3 can be integrated with that. Ano pa ba? The school, the learners, the parents. You mean the readiness of the parents?
Yes, sir. Kasi baka psychologically hindi sila ready or...
Pero in the first place po, in your general objective, you are asking the readiness of the school.
Oo pala. Kasi, hindi. Saan pa yung objective? Ba't nawala na?
Oo.
By the internal and external, sir, meron siya. Sa baba.
As perceived, right? You're not, kung ako po kung ako magbabasa ng papel ninyo, ang nakalagay sa main objective niyo is to look at the readiness of the school as perceived, kung paano how the stakeholders, external and internal stakeholders, see the readiness of the school. As to whether they're going to assess themselves as they are ready or not, I believe according to your general objective is not part of it. Unless that will be part of the general objective later, no? You may also include that.
Hindi ba, sir, the parents are parts of parang external stakeholders kasi ang parents?
Yes, this is definitely they are the external stakeholders. Ang point ko po is we have to identify kasi according to your general objective, you mentioned here that you are assessing the readiness of the school and not the readiness of the stakeholders.
Sige.
Yes, yun po yung nakalagay sa general objective nyo. Unless you put that in your objective, that you're also going to to determine the readiness of the schools and the schools, including its stakeholders as perceived by something like that.
Sige, sir.
Yeah, yun. Okay, thank you very much po. May question dito si Ma'am Ngalab. Sir, yung thematizing ba? Same with coding. You should have asked this sa qualitative speaker ninyo. Pero sige, I'll answer it. No? Ang thematization po kasi, ang coding, these are two ways. There are many ways, pero I'll give you an example of two ways on how thematizing work. Kasi, for example, if we interview our participant in our qualitative research, nag-qualitative tayo yung responses nila sa coding, ang gagawin na natin, titignan natin mga common terms na ginagamit across all across the transcript of our interview. Okay, code. Magko-coding tayo dyan, coding. Tapos we're going to group the code together to form a theme. Ganun ang thematization. So technically, the thematization, coding is part of the underlying process under thematization. So code. Tapos kung may mga similar codes, we group it together probably with other codes na pwede natin gawing isang major theme or sub-themes. Yun. Meron din yung another way called phenomenological reduction, wherein the responses itself will not be coded, however it will be grouped according to its thought, its idea, yung cool analysis doon ay yung warm analysis doon, yung ika-categorize natin yung responses all together according to its commonality. And then sa temas doon sa thematization, that's when we name that particular group of responses. Yan. Maraming ways pa actually ang qualitative thematic analysis. One is coding with thematization and immediately on cool and warm analysis. Yun. Any question po before I will let you go for lunch break? How did you find the activity dun sa Jamboard and our presentation before I will let you go? Do you think you were able to get something out of it? May mga heart, oh. Yan. Pero ang goal natin po, no, kaya tayo medyo nagtagal, so give me just 2 minutes to process everything. No? Kaya tayo nagtagal sa creation or formulation of research, quantitative research question is for us to really formulate something that is really quantitative, that will solicit data, that will be quantitative in nature. That when we talk about effectiveness, instead of saying effectiveness, why not level of effectiveness? If we talk about growth mindset, we talk about level of growth mindset instead. No, these are variables that are qualitative in nature, but can be quantified. Or there are already numerical data that can be put in our research question that can be considered in a quantitative research question. The point of the activity earlier is for us to have a full and solid grasp into formulating quantitative research question. Kaya yung ginawa natin, magandang naging example din yung qualitative questions nila Ma'am Chari sa grupo nila para kinonvert natin yun into a quantitative research or quantitative research question, quantitative research in itself. Na, sige po. Any question? Please don't forget our understanding of these concepts kasi we will be revisiting it in the plan for data analysis later. Siguro kahit 2 hours lang tayo later kasi may klase po ako sa grad school. Kaya sorry. Okay, on that note, thank you very much. I will see you at Ma'am Gamad. Anong oras po natin sila ibabalikan?
After an hour po, sir. So
12:30?
Di ba 12:20? It's 12:20, so we'll see them 1:20. If it's okay with you, sir?
Yeah, sure. Wala pa. Anyways, I'll be available until 3 o'clock naman po.
Oh, okay. So anything, sir, you would like to let them to prepare for this afternoon's event session?
Themselves. Prepare themselves.
Walang statistical.
Wala pa. As much as possible, kung lang po tayo, gumamit lang tayo ng yung data analysis tool na already available sa Excel para they don't have to download anything anymore kasi mas efficient din.
Ayun, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Happy lunch,
everyone. Okay, so we'll see you, all participants. We'll see you this afternoon, still with Sir Leo, for some of the statistical tools that we may be using in the conduct of our study. Okay, so 1:20. Balik po tayo ng 1:20. Salamat po. Salamat, Sir Leo. Okay. So nasa ating chat box po yung attendance link natin for those who were not able to have their attendance pa. And then while waiting for Sir Leo, mag-ready na po tayo ng ating mga those who have started with their proposal. Baka meron po kayong nasa isip na hindi pa clear pagdating sa mga gagamitin ninyong instruments and statistical tools. Pwede po nating itanong mamaya kay Sir Leo. Andyan na siya. Sir Leo, okay na po?
Yes po. Good afternoon, everyone. How's your lunch?
Ay, super busog.
Super busog? Okay.
Kayo, sir?
That's good. Actually, nag-late breakfast po ako habang what I call this, group work po kayo kanina, nag-breakfast po ako. Kaya, yun.
Ay,
So,
wow. Kaya ng oras na yun, sir?
kaya, nako. Ako pa ba? Okay po, so good
Sige, sir.
afternoon.
Go ahead po.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for patiently waiting for me, and I hope you were able to have a full lunch because we have 1 hour and 30 minutes to digest everything that we're going to talk about, especially on the plan for our data analysis. I made sure that the next part of our session will just be purely on our plan for data analysis because you are all expected, after coming up with your topic, you're expected to, as part of your research proposal, to plan what particular data analysis will have to be incorporated in your specific research. We are already 40 here, but we're still waiting for about 30 more participants. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Yes po, sir.
Okay, sige. While waiting siguro for the other participants, may we ask everybody to go back to our slido.com. Let me just show that screen first. Yes, there you go. So just go to slido.com and key in 779937, and then again you can ask all the necessary questions here po, no? And I believe there are already some questions, and let's check some of them here, and let's try to check whether we'll be able to answer it or not. Okay, so first question. Sir, in action research, is the intervention necessary a new strategy? When is the intervention considered an innovation? I don't know with the definition of the Department of Education when it comes to innovation, but to answer the first question, is the intervention necessary a new strategy? There is the difference between adaptation and adoptation. So when you say adopt, with the spelling is O instead of an A. Adopt means we totally use the strategy, or say in this case the intervention that was conducted by other research studies, and put it in the context of our respondents without changing. So adaptation and tawag po doon, no? Adaptation of the intervention conducted. If there will be and is that okay? I believe so. It is okay for as long as you deem necessary that it is okay. No, but if there are parts or there are facets of that particular intervention that needed to be tweaked or needed to be changed to be congruent or to be aligned with the context, first of the locality, because there are probably materials that are not available in your locality that was used to implement that particular intervention in other studies, or probably your kind of audience, maybe it's not contextualized to Filipino context, even Cordilleran context, for example, and you need to incorporate these changes into this particular intervention based from that previous research, then you call that adaptation, with spelling with an A. So yeah, it is, I believe, as far as I know, it is totally fine to do that. Remember, however, that whatever intervention that will have to be incorporated, ang mga interventions kasi natin, hindi lang survey questionnaires ang binavalidity testing or reliability testing natin. Even the development of the materials that we are developing needed to be validated and reliability tested as well. No, particularly on the validation part of that particular intervention. Yes. Yon. I hope I was able to answer that question. Next, is there a tool or an app that could determine the normality of the data? The normality of the data can be determined if you're just going to make use of the Excel. There's no normality testing there, but applications like the freely accessible Real Statistics or RealStat and SPSS. I'm not really sure with the other application, but these are the two major softwares and application that I use in my data processing, in my data analysis. I use RealStat specifically because it has tests like Shapiro-Wilk test and Kolmogorov-Smirnov test to test the normality of the data. Thank you for asking this question, kasi we'll be talking about normality later Yan. Oh, mamaya, bakit anong ibig sabihin ng normality? Why do we need to do this one? Why do we need to measure that? Sir, pwede po ba na magsabay ang descriptive correlation and descriptive? Yes, this is a common, these are common research designs that are being conducted in educational research, but for an action research, it's a quasi-experimental, no, quasi-comparative or quasi-experimental kind of research. Yes, definitely, magkasabay talaga yun. If the design, if for example, the first question, and we're going to learn that later, that a particular question, such as that of the descriptive question, will be combined with a comparative question, then that will, or inferential comparative question, then that becomes descriptive comparative question. For example, if you want to know the significant difference, if a significant difference exists between two groups given a particular dependent variable, obviously a preceding question to that particular question is a descriptive question, and therefore it becomes a descriptive comparative question. Or if it's a correlation or relationship-based kind of question, then it can become a descriptive correlational research. Yan. Sir, pwede po ba na magsabay ang yeah, okay. There you go. Any more? Any more question? Wait lang. Ayun, wala namang question, no? Okay, so hindi na bumalik yung 30. Yan, so okay, so let's start with our discussion of the plan for data analysis. As I mentioned earlier, it is important that we have a solid understanding of how to come up with a research question, particularly on quantitative question or research question, because if we know how to conceptualize, or we have already a full understanding, at least a 90% understanding of how to formulate a research question, a quantitative research question, we will have already an idea of what particular statistical tools will be incorporated to analyze the data that will have to be collected out of answering these questions that we have formulated earlier. Okay? Sige. But before that, let's just have a quick survey. Give me one moment, please. There you go. No, not this. Okay. I want to know your anything that you would like to share about your learning this morning. How was the first part of our session this morning? What were you able to, or what are the reflections that you might have taken, or what are your takeaways from the earlier discussion this morning? Yeah, just go to slido.com and key in 779937. So how was the first part of our session this morning? Before we go to the discussion of the data analysis proper. In my previous talks, I also cover validity testing and reliability testing of questionnaires, but for this time, siguro, we'll skip that, and probably if the research team of the Division of Baguio City will be conceptualizing another session, particularly or zeroing in on the validity testing and reliability testing, then we'll have to invest our time there instead, because it will have to take a lot of time to do that, especially that we have to put sample data of a particular questionnaire, kailangan natin mag-validity testing, kailangan natin gumamit ng A-B coefficient, and so on. Yan, so very informative and helpful. Okay, thank you for that wonderful response. You can also give negative responses if there are. I would appreciate it as well, no? Interesting. Interesting, siguro. Okay. Interesting. What else? Refreshing. Parang ganun lang daw. Okay. Sige. What else? Even if it's Saturday, we appreciate the attendance, the participation of everybody. Even if it's Saturday, I hope it's not just because you want to have certification after it, but more than that, it's the learning that we got out and from our sharings as well. No? Refreshing. Sige. 2 more responses, then we'll move on to our lesson this afternoon. Lots of learning. Okay. Mainit pa, no? Mainit sa Baguio. I love how you provided technical assistance and immediate feedback. Thank you po. It was very interactive and engaging. What struck me most was the quantitative is not that horrifying for a language. It's not. Trust me, it's not. Like me, it is just a matter of knowing and understanding for most my problem to know the correct tool. Kasi kaya nga we have to remove the notion that quantitative research. Kaya that's the very reason why at the very start of my presentation, I have to ask what usually comes into your mind when you hear the word quantitative research. And a lot of you mentioned about numbers. While we know that it will have to be about numbers, numerical data, statistical analysis, quantitative research is not only limited to this particular aspect of research. No, that quantitative research goes beyond that. For example, crafting a quantitative research that we have to identify particular facets of research that are quantitative in nature and then can also be quantitative. No? Parang COVID, infectious kasi. Thank you po. Yun kasi my love for research, my love for quantitative research is, I hope, is also being shared by a lot of us here, and monsters no more. Sige. Yeah, thank you for all these responses. Thank you. Anyways, I'm still keeping slido.com active. So if you have questions, you still have to park it so that we'll be able to address your question, just like what we did earlier in our last session for this afternoon. Okay, so we start with research design and data analysis. So what I'm presenting here would be, so these are the objectives of our session. Number 1, to differentiate the types of quantitative research designs. Number 2, to identify the different types of parametric tests. Number 3, to determine the use of each parametric tests. And number 4, to identify the plan for data analysis according to the formulated research questions. Kaya sinabi natin kanina that the research question have to be formulated properly because we need to plan for data analysis later for these questions. Okay, we start with the quantitative research design. It's good that it was asked earlier about yung quantitative research design. Pwede bang ipag-combine descriptive, comparative, descriptive, correlational? No, these are common research designs incorporated by educational researchers. No. Yan. So number 1, we have the descriptive research. And when we talk about descriptive research in the context of a quantitative research, would utilize definitely, parang sinabi natin kanina, would definitely utilize descriptive analysis such as mean, median, mode, or these are the measures of central tendency, even frequency count, percentages, measures of variability, tama ba Ma'am Lucas, yung mga standard deviation, these things are actually descriptive in nature. My exposure, for example, to a lot of researches in some high schools, super science high schools in Japan, made me realize that there are more things that we can learn out of descriptive analysis. No, that we don't necessarily have to go deeper into using inferential statistics just for us to have a very comprehensive research paper. Remember when I said that the research of the data collection mode of the PSA, which is on census, is very rich, no? That presenting, for example, graphs, histograms of the data would actually that you can actually maximize the use of other descriptive tools here. For example, yung error bars or yung paggamit ng stem and leaf na mga or box and plot na mga graphs. That alone will already give you a very rich idea or very rich discussion of the data that has been collected. It's a matter of using the right graph and additional the additional features of graphs, including error bars and so on. Okay, so descriptive research would be a description of current status of an identified variable or variables. So examples of descriptive research here include, number one, if we want to describe, these are just examples now, you can have more. A description of how grade 7 students spend their time during asynchronous classes. This can be both qualitative and quantitative. No? How do we make it quantitative in the first place? Probably, paano ba natin gagawin to? We can have set of activities that have already been identified initially by other researchers because we have reviewed that there are a lot of research studies that have indicated na ito yung ginagawa ng common students during asynchronous classes. Number one, doing formative assessments or accomplishing modules, playing games, something like that. Now, these are already identified activities, and what you're only going to do is to put it in a questionnaire, and then they can just tally how many of the respondents would usually are these statements. Applicable. Yon. Okay. So for example, applicable ba yung statement number 1 sa isang estudyante, then you're just going to tally, and that becomes descriptive in nature, no? Frequency count, and you can do frequency and percentage processing later. Okay. Pero sabi ko din, I also mentioned earlier that it can also be a qualitative research because you can solicit the real the verbatim answers of your respondents here. They're just going to identify on their own how they describe or how they spend their time during asynchronous classes. Something like that. And therefore, during our discussion earlier, then we can have thematic analysis here, coding, phenomenological reduction, cool and warm analysis, something like that. Now, another example of a descriptive research is probably a description of how parents feel about the 12-month school year. How do we make it quantitative research? What do you think? What's your idea? A description of how parents feel about a 12-month school year. How do we make it quantitative research? Kasi by reading, as it is, it sounds like a qualitative research. But can we make it a quantitative research? What do you think? What's your idea on this? What's your idea? You can unmute yourselves and please tell us what you think can be done to make this particular statement or research idea a quantitative research. Pwedeng. What do you think can be a variable that can be measured to address this research idea? Anybody? Ma'am Melanie? Okay, how about measuring the level of agreement, of parents as to how they feel about the 12-month year, and there you will be able to get an information or a data on how they feel. So measuring it to you just have to set up specific descriptors of probably specified domains of a 12-month school year, and there, after setting up your levels or your rating scales from 1 to 5, 1 being strongly disagree, tapos dun sa 5 will be strongly agree, then that becomes already a quantitative research on this particular aspect of research. Diba? Yes. Okay. Third one, a description of the attitude of teachers on school management. Although we mentioned also earlier, it was clarified by Ma'am Ngolab earlier, that there are some aspects that cannot be quantified. Siguro this may be an example. This can also already be one of them when we measure attitudes. Although we mentioned also earlier, if it's not prohibited, then we can measure the level of attitude from very positive attitude towards a particular management system of school, or very negative attitude towards the school management. Diba? Yan. So descriptive research. Next is the correlational research. So it determines the extent of a relationship between two or more variables. Remember that if we have crafted a correlational inferential research question earlier in our proposal, in our introduction, definitely the design that will have to be adopted by your research is a correlational research. The correlational research can be also predictive in nature. Predictive studies are the base statistical and underpinning of that particular design for predictive studies would be correlation. You're still going to establish the relationship across variables to predict what will be the output, diba? In linear regression and multiple regression. Yan. Pero my point here is, if we look at relationship between variables, whether two variables or more than two variables, this will become a correlational study. For example, the correlation between intelligence, say the IQ in this case, and level of self-esteem. So IQ can be quantified into, the data for the intelligence can be an IQ test, the IQ score. So that's a quantitative data. Self-esteem, as I mentioned, can be measured through a survey questionnaire about self-esteem. Or if there are existing studies to measure self-esteem or existing tests to measure self-esteem, then we can make use of that instead. And we use the score, the raw score. No? Siguro to give you a heads up already about the level of scales or the level of measurement or level of data, it is important that we, as much as possible, find questionnaire or craft questionnaires that would result to data like interval data and ratio data, because according to the level of measurement, yung mga gantong data, for example, yung scores nila sa test, yung scores nila sa pre-test or post-test, sa mga standardized test or anything, no, becomes a better data, or these are better data than that of data when they are just scaling. For example, when they are just rating themselves, kasi the distance between one level and another level, say the Likert scale would be 1 to 5, and the scale would be between 1 and 2. The distance between 1 and 2 is not absolute, it's not significant. And therefore, it is necessary that we find or craft probably survey questionnaires that would utilize, or that would result to collecting data that are interval or ratio in the first place. We'll talk about that by and by. No, yan. Parang intelligence score, no? Intelligence, yung score, may score talaga yun. Parang ang pag 95, ganun, average yun. Pag 110, genius level na ba yan? Something like that, no? Pag nasa lower end siya ng IQ, ito na yung ang term na ginamit sa amin ng psychology teacher namin sa university, stupid, imbecile, something like that, no? Pero we make use of the raw score of that rather than the descriptive equivalent. For example, yung word na genius, pag i-code ulit natin yan into 5, ang genius is 5. It lessens the quality, if I may use the word, quality of the data, no? Or the level of the data. Next, the relationship between the aptitude test and success in biology. Biology 1, yan, parehas na quantitative, no? The relationship satisfaction level and growth mindset level of teachers in Naga City, for example. Yan. Yan. Mas satisfied ba ang mga teachers with higher growth mindset or those who have fixed mindset? Yan. So if we look at relationship, we're going to check whether if we have this particular manipulated variable, will it have an effect to a responding variable or your dependent variable? Kaya earlier then, we also have to revisit our terminologies on the words variables. Okay? Yan. Now, let's go with the commonly used research design for action research, which is a quasi experimental research design. Also, the commonly abused, not really commonly abused, but the commonly used research design for many of our research is a causal comparative research. No? So when say quasi experimental research, no, yung kiniklaim natin kanina na experimental, it's actually quasi. We cannot say that it is an experimental research kasi an experimental research must assume or must follow the following rules or guidelines. Number one, there must be a local control for a true experiment. Second, there must be replication. Third, there must be randomization. And fourth, can include blocking. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Yung local control and true experimentation are usually conducted in laboratories, no, scientific clinical trials, for example, scientific research studies. For example, kung ako yung SIP teacher, Science Investigatory Project teacher, tapos my students would like to investigate the antimicrobial property of a particular plant extract against a particular bacterium called Staphylococcus aureus or Escherichia coli. That's a true experiment if and only if I will observe local control. Okay, ang study ko lang itong variable na to. I have to control the possible intervening variables here, for example, temperature, humidity, pressure, atmospheric pressure rather, and so on, so that these variables in a closed environment will not be able to affect the result of the research, no? Of the antimicrobial property of the plant. Yung mga yun, that's a local control. In education, in educational research, local control is very difficult to establish. It's very difficult. There are a lot of intervening variables, including psychological variables, personal variables that can affect the result of a particular survey. And therefore, that alone already violates the true experimental, the true experimentation assumptions. Yun. Kaya hindi madali gumawa ng true experiment in an educational research, no? Second, replication. Replication is, for example, the rollout of vaccine in its phase 3 of trial, no, would require at least 40,000, no, to implore the essence of this particular assumption, and that's replication. O another, ang principle kasi sa science, experimentation, dapat laging rule of the thumb, triplicate. Parating dapat at least 3. No? 3 groups, 3 experimental subjects, something like that. In educational research, for example, I came from one of the smallest, if not the smallest school in the city of Baguio when I was in the Department of Education, and that's Happy Hollow National High School. And we only have 1 classroom there. If we are granted by the IRB, pinag-usapan natin, the Institutional Review Board granted me of coming up with an experimental study, quasi-experimental study, wherein I can utilize 2 classes kasi they found it's ethical to do that. Now, I only have 1 class there. How will I be able to do replication? No? Will it be enough to have yung replication yung number of students? No? Something like that. No? These are things that we cannot fully established in a quasi-experimental, or in a true experimental research, in educational research rather. Randomization, no, Pine City National High School, for example, has 10 sections. No, and for example, the teacher handles all the 10 section. Now, by virtue of, how to say, lotto system, no, she can just readily pick, siguro, okay, kailangan ko 5 section. O makakaloto siya, makakakuha siya makapag-randomize siya. But in terms of, for small schools, can they do that? So randomization is again violated here, and therefore cannot use a true experiment. And blocking, on the other hand, that's stratification. No? Blocking would utilize stratified random sampling, yung diniscuss ni Ma'am Jane kahapon. Blocking, for example, before the true experimentation, you need to block them according to important groupings. For example, are you going to group them first according to sex, male versus female, or are you going to group them first group them according to their socio-economic status? And then after that, that's when you give the intervention and check their performance after. Pwede siguro, pero the other 3 are violated. Diba? So in a quasi-experimental research, such as a lot of us doing action research, when we introduce intervention or innovation for implementation in our classes, that is a quasi-experimental research. No? There's still experiment, but it's not just that it's not a true experiment anymore. Yeah. In the field of science, experimentation, marami pang klase ng experimentation. May pre-experimentation, meron pang pre-test post-test control group design, experiment researchers, something like that. No? Okay. Causal comparative, on the other hand, no, the independent variable here. Okay, balikan po muna natin quasi-experimental. No? The independent variable or the intervention that we are introducing to our class can be manipulated. No? However, in a causal comparative research designs, the differences across groups, for example, sex or socio-economic status, these are demographics, or the independent variables are already innate, meaning in an experiment, you cannot assign or manipulate these independent variables because possibly it's infeasible, hindi kaya na i-manipulate itong independent variable, for example, sex or socio-economic status. You cannot directly, or you cannot manipulate the socio-economic status of a particular individual unless you give that particular individual a lot of money para umakyat siya ng socio-economic status niya. Diba po? Or it's even unethical in some cases and prohibited. That's why we always be careful of the constructs that we're going to put in our quasi and causal comparative research, because it has to undergo ethical reviews by the IRB or the Institutional Review Board. So far, do we have a question on this book? So if we study, sige, punta tayo sa examples. For example, the effect of preschool attendance on on social maturity at the end of the first grade. Is this a quasi-experimental research or a causal comparative research? The effect of preschool attendance on social maturity at the end of the first grade. This is quasi or causal comparative. Pag causal comparative, remember, the independent variables here cannot be manipulated. It's already there. No? It's infeasible to manipulate the independent variable. That's why we call it the demographic instead. The effect of preschool attendance. What is the independent variable here? What is the independent variable? Anybody? Okay. Preschool attendance, that's correct, no? Whether the student has attended preschool or not, that's correct. And the dependent variable here is social maturity, maybe level of social maturity or social maturity score if there are measurement of social maturity, no, tests that would indicate the social maturity of the individual, of the first grader in this case. Yes, that is correct. And therefore, if you cannot control another question, can you manipulate, can you control, can you how to say, can you adjust the identified independent variable in this particular research? Yes or no? Answer? You're doing the research now, and you have all these grade 1 students as your respondents, and you're going to check their social maturity. Can you go back in time and change their preschool attendance? Answer, no. And therefore, this is a causal comparative design. How can it be comparative? You can compare it with specific demographic variables, no, between male and female, for example. Yan. Okay? Yan. Or even, ang pwedeng independent variable mo is those who attended preschool and those who did not attend preschool. Next. Level of agreement on the return to face-to-face classes in terms of age and sex of the teachers. So in this study, I want to know if the teachers would agree on the return to face-to-face classes in 2022. And they will be grouped according to age and sex. Causal comparative? Yes, it is causal comparative because age cannot be manipulated nor the sex. No? Next, the effect of a part-time employment on the achievement of senior high school students. Causal comparative or the quasi-experimental research design? It is. Can you manipulate part-time employment? Pwede, pero is it ethical? Answer? Let's make it fast. Causal comparative pa din to. However, the next question, the next example here is the effect of a 4 p.m. remediation program in the achievement of senior high school. Okay, the 4 p.m. remediation program in the achievement of the senior high school, which one is the independent variable here and which one is the dependent variable? Okay, the independent variable is the 4 p.m. remediation program or the program that will have to be that will have to be implemented. No, the dependent variable, on the other hand, will be generally your achievement. Correct, achievement of senior high school. As to what particular achievement this is, then you just have to narrow it down to a more manageable topic. Yan, correct. How about this? The effect of SIM in the achievement of grade 3 students in mathematics. The effect of SIM. May gumagawa pa po ba ng SIM ngayon? Strategic intervention material in the achievement of grade 3 students in mathematics. It is quasi-experimental pa din to. Kasi you can manipulate as to whether you give the achievement Sorry, you can give the SIM or not. Tama po? Yan. Next, the effect of positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement on attitude towards school. Can you control what particular reinforcement you will have to give to your to the students? Isang klase, positive reinforcement, yung sa negative reinforcement. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng positive reinforcement? No? Your presentation presentation kind of reinforcement to, giving gifts, something like that. Negative reinforcement is paano ba ang negative reinforcement? Paano bang negative reinforcement? Kasi positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, and negative punishment. Alam ko sa positive punishment, presentation punishment yun. The negative punishment is removal punishment. You're gonna remove yung gusto ng bata that usually motivates him to do something, for example. That's correct, Ma'am Freud. That's what I'm about to raise. No? There might be ethical issues as to the reinforcement. No? So yeah. Sasadyain po ba natin na magbigay ng negative reinforcement for the sake of this research? I know, right? That's correct. Good analysis. Yan. Okay. Or probably just stick with positive reinforcement, no? Maybe just positive reinforcement and do that across all the sections. And then check whether it's going to improve their attitude towards school. Okay, academic achievement of students across demographic variables in remote learning. This time, with the consideration of demographic variables, it is a causal comparative design. That's correct. Yes. Okay. Now, of course, for the sake of understanding what an experimental research is, okay, an experimental research. Okay. Ano po yung demographic variables? That's very the last example is very broad in terms of its topic. So maybe you'll be the one to identify the demographic variables. For example, socioeconomic status, the age perhaps, the educational attainment. Ano ba yung topic natin? Sorry. Academic achievement of students. Okay, pwedeng ang lagay natin dito na demographic. Will there be differences in the academic achievement of students across number one, the demographic variable, socioeconomic status. No. Second, nature of their elementary preparation. Pwedeng nanggaling sila sa public versus private school or homeschool. Third, presence of both the parents, parents, or just one or a single parent, something like that. Those are three of the many demographic variables that you can consider in this particular study. And as I mentioned, that particular study here, the last part, is very general in nature, and you be the one to narrow it down to a more knowledgeable topic or research problem. Yan. Okay. Yeah. So experimental research, on the other hand, and I explained earlier, experimental research is most oftenly done in scientific studies, in scientific research, mathematical studies even, such as that of the creation of a vaccine, the creation of a medicine, the production or the development of a prototype, the use of machine learning in predicting landslide prone areas, something like that. These are all experimental in nature. Okay, so any question before we move on to data analysis? Plan for data analysis. You have question? None? Sige. We go now with data analysis. Ready? Are we all ready? Now that we know that the major, okay, yung present ko pang quantitative research designs are just few of the many quantitative, those are the traditional quantitative research designs that are commonly used in qualitative, in educational research. other research designs can be, we can talk about that in other times, no? Because research designs can also be categorized in terms of its statistical tool. For example, pwedeng qualitative versus quantitative versus mixed method. Second, pwede siyang by the type of research, comparative ba siya, correlational, and so on. Pwede din ba siyang STEM research? It can be experimental, developmental, or observational. So a lot of research designs, and they are categorized according to different approaches. Yan. Data analysis na tayo ngayon. Okay, so let's start with the levels of measurement, which I earlier mentioned. No? The level of measurement can be categorical or measured data. No? And there are 4 major levels of measurement. Number 1, or the lowest level, is the nominal data, which includes, for example, gender, section, socioeconomic status. These are variables that do not necessarily have arrangements or do not have an order. For example, section A versus B versus C versus D, unless they used to be the traditional sectioning in the past, no, wherein the last section is the dumbest of the dumb, and the first section is the brightest section, the star section. But as of this time, I believe there's no categories like that anymore, no. So section A is not entirely or not necessarily better than section B, and so on and so forth. So walang level. Yeah. Socioeconomic status, unless you zero in on the how to say, the salary that they get, then definitely there will be categories there, or there will be orders. But in terms of saying high versus how to say, middle income versus low income families, that in itself is a nominal data. May question tayo dito, sir, what kind of quantitative research will have the shortest period of time to implement? Sir, meron bang 1 month making? No, it depends on your research in the first place. It's not about the research design. It's not about the research design. It's the nature of your research. A descriptive research, which you feel like it's the simplest of the simplest, no, can be done for a whole year or even longitudinal, no. So it depends on the nature of your research po. It depends on the topics that you would like to advance. Okay. Say, for example, if you're going to do an action research, you need to develop an innovation. Tapos the Department of Education, ang innovation is another how to say, another activity that you'll have to implement before you even implement it into action research, diba? Or the innovation could be coming from your basic research. So it's usually phases. And remember that research is not an easy task to do. Research, we have to do research not because we want to have a paper that we can use for promotion later, for I don't know, for us to have a publication under our name. No, research, we are conducting research because we need to address a particular problem. And I believe problem needs to be dug deeper in order for us to understand the veracity of the problem, the causes and effects of the problem. That in itself would take a lot of time, not the research itself. Research is just part of the solving proper of your research problem. Yeah. So there's no easy way. Yan. Oh, sorry, dinirect message kasi ako ng isang participant as to which one daw is the shortest period of time to implement. Yun. So that's my answer po, no? Do you agree? Okay. Ordinal data, on the other hand, are those with orders. Examples of this one would be Likert scales, rating scales. For example, pag mag-rate tayo, and commonly ito yung ginagamit natin sa educational research, yung i-rate natin from 1 to 5. Yan. Pag nire-rate natin yung mga estudyante natin dun sa character ratings nila, I don't know if it's lifted this time in the Department of Education. For us in the Philippine Science High School, it's lifted yung character rating. So, yun, yung lalagyan natin 3 stars. Tama ba? Yun pa ba yung naabutan ko? 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star? Or ay, letter rating, A, B, C, D ata. Anyway, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. So in that case, that is an ordinal scale because the 3 stars versus 2 stars, the distance between 3 and 2, 2 and 1 is not absolute. It's not significant. No, even the Likert scale, if we have strongly agree versus agree, yung strongly agreed which is rated as 5, for example, and yung agree which is rated as 4, the 5 and the 4, the distance between these two is not absolute, it's not significant, and therefore this is an ordinal scale. There is order, however, the distance is not significant or not absolute. No? Yan. Or if we say, or ang character ratings natin sa kanila A+, A negative, B+, B negative, ganyan. Merong order, A+, being the highest, and probably F being the lowest. There's an order. However, the distance between A++ versus A+ is not absolute. Okay? Measured data are the higher forms of data. No? Interval is the second to the highest, which is talking about raw data and the distance between data would be absolute. However, there's no true zero. For example, the weather today is 35 degrees Fahrenheit. Sige, Celsius na lang. Sa Baguio, 26 degrees Celsius. Bukas, 28 degrees Celsius. Yung 2 degrees na difference is an exact difference between these 2 days. Tama? Tama? So the distance or the difference between the 2 data is absolute and it's meaningful. It's meaningful. Unlike that of in the ordinal, the distance between Likert 1 versus Likert 2, the distance is not meaningful, it's not absolute, it's not significant. Yan. IQ even, yung IQ ko halimbawa is only 80. Ang IQ nung kasama kong teacher is 95. So we are 15 points different or 15 scores different. Therefore, yung 15 points na difference na yun is meaningful. It's absolute. Pero wala siyang zero, wala siyang hindi yung zero, it's not there's no true zero rather. For example, there's a temperature which is 0 degrees Celsius. However, 0 degrees Celsius does not mean no temperature. Diba? Kasi may negative pa. Also, IQ, there's no such thing as 0 IQ. Tama? And so no true zero. Even grade. At least the grade, yung transmuted grade po, yung transmuted grade. Yung grade natin, halimbawa, the score is 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Or 0 out of 10 yung nakuha niya sa quiz. But the equivalent of that in terms of grade is 60. Tama po? 60 over 100. So in grade, at least for the Department of Education, is an interval scale because there's no zero in grade. Pero yung raw scores, for example, test scores, of course, may magzi-zero doon po, di ba? And that is a ratio scale. For example, yun nga, test scores. Ang nakuha ko sa exam ay 0 out of 100. Yun, yung test. Pero yun, that is a ratio scale. Pero pag transmute na siya into your grade, which is 60 out of 100, that becomes an interval scale. Get it? Yan. Sige nga, let's test. Let's just test. Okay, discrete, continuous. Okay, let's have a quiz. Name. Is it nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio? Balikan natin. Nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Nominal, the lowest. Ordinal, may order. Pero yung differences niya, not absolute, not meaningful. Interval, the differences are absolute or meaningful. However, there's no true zero. Ratio, it has the differences across data are meaningful. The distance are meaningful, absolute, and yeah, and also it has a true zero. Okay, let's go with name. Nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio. Nominal. Okay. Next, gender. Gender. Gender is ratio, nominal. Sige, i-reveal natin yan later. How about science grade? Ratio. Okay. Ordinal daw, sabi ni Ma'am Lilibet. Sige, pag-usapan natin yan later. Age. Age. Ordinal. Letter grade. A plus, A minus, B plus. Ordinal. Okay. Amount of money in savings account. Ordinal. Ratio. Sige. Students classified by their reading ability above average, below average, normal, ganyan. Ratio. Sige. Sagutan natin. Name is obviously nominal. My name, Leo, for example, versus that of the name of Lilibeth. Yan. Hindi naman pwedeng Lilibeth, Leo, unless alphabetical arrangement. But anyways, alphabetical arrangement does not mean order. I mean, in terms of data processing, no. Next, gender. It's also nominal, male and female. Wala naman kasing order ang male, female, unless we are in a patriarchal society wherein males are higher than females. Pero gone are those days, and even that, it's already debatable. Tama po. Yan. Okay. Science grade is interval. Bakit? Kung ang grade ng bata ay 74, hindi siya pwedeng 74 is a 74 versus that of the 75 of another student. Yung distance nila na 1 point is absolute, it's meaningful. Pero may 0 ba sa grade ng science? Wala. 60 ang pinakamababa. Di ba ang lowest grade po na pwedeng ibigay according to the DepEd order number 8? I don't know, I forgot. Is 60, not 65. Actually, it's 60. No, pero ang napakuusap lang sa atin, dapat 65. Ganon. Yan. Letter grade, A plus, A minus, B plus. This is ordinal. Kasi yung distance between A plus versus A minus is not meaningful. No? Ratio naman yung amount of money. Kasi may 0 savings account. True? True. Then students classified by their reading ability or above average, below average, normal is ordinal. Nagets po ba natin yon? Did we get it? If you got it, can you thumbs up? Can you show a thumbs up, please? Why we need to talk about this is for the subsequent slides, no? Yan. Sige. Sige. Okay. Basic of statistical tools. The basic statistical tools used in educational research. Parametric or non-parametric. Okay. How many of you have heard parametric tests or non-parametric tests, or the difference between this? How many have heard of that? You may answer, I have not heard of it. I may have heard of it, but I don't know the difference of it. Sige. Okay. The difference, the main difference of parametric or non-parametric is that of the assumption, no? Na porket alam na natin na magko-compare tayo ng dalawang grupo at ng scores ay i-compare natin yung scores nila, yung dalawang grupong to, that we immediately go into saying, t-test to for independent samples. Pag tatlong grupo, ANOVA ang gagamitin ko dito. Are you sure that you're going to do that? It's good that you know that that a particular statistical toolkit may be applicable to that particular research question that you have advanced in the first part of your paper. However, it is also necessary that we understand the assumption of a parametric test. And the assumptions include, number 1, level of measurement of data. Kaya natin pinag-usapan yung measurement of data kanina. If the data is, or please take note of this, if the data is either ordinal or nominal data, immediately, no, we go to a non-parametric test because parametric test would require an interval or a ratio scale. Yung raw scores talaga, either with true zero or no true zero. Pero the distance between the data would be meaningful. For example, grades, test scores, age, mga yon. Those are ratio and interval data, no? So that alone, if the data are like this, okay, meet pa, okay pa, parametric test pang gagamitin ko. T-test, ANOVA ang gagamitin ko. Pero pag hindi, pag ang ginamit mo is yung survey questionnaire mo, tapos yung survey questionnaire mo Likert scale ang ginamit, rating scale, hindi ka na pwedeng gumamit ng parametric test, hindi ka na pwedeng gumamit ng t-test, ANOVA. Ang kailangan mo lang gamitin is the non-parametric test, which is, for example, yung man-with-you test and so on. Now, for example, you assume, the first assumption is met. Interval or ratio siya. Pero another assumption have to be met. Normality. Ito yung tanong kanina, no? Normality tests have to be conducted and usually this is the one that is being searched by publications, international publications. Anong normality ng research mo? Bakit ang ginamit mo ay t-test? No? Normality would determine if your data, if the data that you will collect falls within the normal distribution curve. And the mathematics teacher here knows what a normal distribution curve is, or the bell-shaped curve, no? If the data falls within this distribution curve, then it is normal. I mean, the data is normal, no? In our case kasi, in public schools or in the Department of Education, the nature of students kasi would be heterogeneous in nature. So there is a possibility na ang makukolect ng data out of students in the Department of Education is within the distribution curve, no? Kaya nami-meet yun. Lalo na kung gusto mong i-compare yung academic performance ng mga estudyante, particularly zeroing in on grade. However, in specialized schools, for example, I apologize for giving this as an example. For example, the Philippine Science High School would have very brilliant students. Now, there is a tendency that their scores, or the scores, particularly in that particular topic, would fall in a skewed data. Ibig sabihin, mas mataas. Hindi siya, it doesn't fall in normal distribution curve. Rather, nakaskew siya. Pwedeng mataas, nakaskew to the left. No? Skew to the left. And therefore, it already violates normality. Hindi na normal yung data ngayon. But in the context of not normal data, meaning abnormal, hindi po. No? Not normal, meaning it would have to utilize a non-parametric test already. These two are the major assumptions, no, of the basic of determining whether you are going to use a parametric test or non-parametric test. Ulitin natin po, dapat sa parametric test, ang level of measurement is interval or ratio. Pag na-meet niya to, tignan niyo yung normality. Is it normal or not? No? Pag normal, parametric. Pag hindi normal, non-parametric. Ang tanong, paano pag normal naman siya pero ang level of measurement of data niya is ordinal or nominal? Sagot, non-parametric agad yun. Okay? There are other tests, for example, for homoscedasticity test or homogeneity test, such as the Levene's test ng t-test, no? And of course, the independence. We'll not talk about this anymore, no? Pero normality would usually use specific statistical tool here called Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and then the other one is the Shapiro-Wilk test. Yan. So titignan nyo rin yung alpha level noon. Yung probability values niya versus that of the alpha level. Kung mababa ang p-value niya or mas mababa ang p-value dun sa alpha level set at usually 0.05, ibig sabihin significant siya. Ibig sabihin it's significantly deviating from the normal distribution. I will talk about that in another session na lang, yung talk on normality testing. Sige, ito na. Mag-identify na tayo ng mga tests. Then later mag-compute tayo. Okay? Okay, so okay, the characters, parametric and non-parametric equivalent. Okay. Ulitin po natin parametric test, kahit dun lang muna tayo sa normality and level of measurement. Parametric test dapat interval or ratio. Pag hindi, non-parametric immediately. Ano pa? Yung normality. Pag normal yung data, parametric. Pag hindi, non-parametric. Clear po ba yun? Yes. Okay. Inaantok po ba tayo? Is my energy not enough to make your spirits up? Joke lang. Okay. So, number 1, character. Wag muna itong sa one sample t-test, no? Wag muna yan. Pag-usapan natin yan after natin pag-usapan yung next, yung other types of t-tests. Dito tayo sa comparison of means of two groups. Okay, if you have two separate or independent groups, for example, I want to compare, please makinig po tayo dito I want to compare if sex, siguro i-categorize natin into two, male versus female. Ilang grupo po yun? 2. I want to compare if their level of depression is different. No? Mas mataas ba ang depression by the way, the tests here are tests for inferential questions already. Again, the tests here are going to be tests for the inferential questions, whether the question is an inferential comparative question or an inferential correlational question. No? Okay, ulitin natin. If the question is about comparing, is there a significant difference in the level of depression between male and female? Ilang groups? 2. Are they independent from one another? Yes. What is the dependent variable? Level of depression. If we're comparing these two groups, independent groups, we make use of a parametric, we can use for a parametric test an independent samples t-test. Again, independent samples t-test. Sometimes it's referred to as the two-sample t-test. Clear? Now, if the assumption earlier, normality and that of the level of measurement, even homoscedasticity and heterogeneity, independence are not met, then we move to non-parametric test equivalent, which is called the Mann-Whitney-U test. Clear? Dalawang grupo, kino-compare natin itong dalawang grupong to along that particular dependent variable, independent t-test for parametric, and non-parametric equivalent would be the Mann-Whitney-U test. Next, if we are talking about, we are comparing, pero meron tayong isang grupo, and that group produces two data. One data is a pre-data or pre-assessment data, say pre-test. And the post-test, kasi ginawa natin sa action research natin is nag-introduce tayo ng intervention or an innovation. Now, that particular group would have two data, the pre and the post, and you want to compare whether the difference between the pre and the post would be significant. Then we make use of a paired samples t-test. Yan, paired t-test ang nakalagay dito. Related samples, no? Related samples. So equal dapat yung data ng before at ng after. Kasi isang grupo lang naman yun No? Yan. Paano pag i-compare ko yung dalawang grupo, yung intervention ko yung isa traditional, yung isa yung constructivist approach. Say na-approve siya ng IRB. Anong gagawin ko doon? Pwedeng i-compare mo yung post nung isa sa post nung isa. In that case, it becomes in two independent groups already, independent samples t-test na yon. Paano pag gusto ko i-compare yung pre-pre nila? Ganun din. Independent samples t-test pa rin yun. Okay, we have a question here. Same questionnaire po ba ang gagamitin sa paired? What do you mean same questionnaire? I don't get entirely what questionnaire is. Same test? You mean, are you asking, is it same test po ang gagamitin sa paired samples t-test? Sorry, can you clarify this question?
Baka ang ibig sabihin, sir, yung pre-test, is it the same with the post-test? Baka ganun.
Ayan po, yung usapin na po yan. Siguro usapin ng ano to, psychometrician. Hindi po ng aking talk. Pero saga ng akin, I believe it should be the same. It should be the same kasi especially the learning competencies that will have to be included in the in the pre-test will have to be the same content as that of the learning competencies in the post-test. As to whether should it be a perfect perfect match, how to say, it's very similar. Yung talagang kung anong tinest niya, yun din ang ititest niya. Kung ako po, pwedeng yung i-rearrange, pwedeng magkaiba yung question, pero yung question would be of the same level, the same learning competency, mga ganun siguro. Ganun po, no? Para kasi may mga chances, I know na ang ibang sentiment is, what if na-memorize nila yung mga sagot nila sa unang pre-assessment nila. So it already defeats the purpose of putting the intervention. Di ba po? Thank you for that clarification, Ma'am Lilibet. And thank you for that question po. Okay. Ano pa? Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Okay. Now, if you're comparing 3 or more groups naman, kanina, dalawang data, no? Yung sa t-test, dalawang grupo, dalawang data yon. So, take isang data. One data from one group, another data from another group. So, independent samples t-test yun, or manual t-test if it's non-parametric. Sa paired t-test, dalawa. Yung pre and post, no? Or kung non-parametric siya, it's called the Wilcoxon signed rank test. Now, in ANOVA, if you have 3, actually hindi 3 even 2 or more Pero sige, in the context of the Philippine research, 3 or more groups compared. For example, I want to compare yung level of depression ng mga estudyante pag in terms of their socio-economic status. Pwedeng high-income family, middle-income family, and low-income family. Ilang grupo po yun? 3 grupo. 3 groups. We are comparing their depression level. Now, if we're going to compare it across this particular demographic variable na may 3 grupo, makaklasify sila into 3 groups, then we make use of analysis of variance, particularly one-way analysis of variance. No, if the assumptions are not met, we make use of the Kruskal-Wallis test. Yan. Sabi dito greater than 2 groups. Itong testing, dito po tayo sa una, no? Testing mean a hypothesized value, one sample t-test. Paano 1 sample? So isang data lang? No. Ang kukolektahin mong data, isang data lang. For example, 1 group, and then may data siya. Where are you going to compare it? Sa data ng binasa mong literature. Kunwari nabasa mo sa isang literature na ito yung data nila. Ito yung hypothesized mean nila. No? Kaya mamaya ipapakita ko sa inyo na merong nakalagay doon sa data analysis, yung hypothesized mean, ilalagay mo doon, tapos yung kukunin na mean from your research, i-compare mo doon, then that becomes 1 sample t-test. Kasi saan mo kino-compare? Sa literature. Okay? But you have to make sure that the same material will have to be utilized in the course of your research. And sign test. We'll not talk about the comparison of means in repeated measures. We'll not talk about that anymore. No, let's just talk about assessing the relationship. Assessing the relationship between 2 quantitative variables. For example, I want to know if my age affects my growth mindset. Dalawang variables to, tinitignan mo yung relationship niya. Pag parametric test, how to say, if it meets the assumption, you make use of the Pearson or correlation. If it's not, we make use of the Spearman correlation. Okay. So comparative, for the sake of our discussion from this point onwards, we are going to use of parametric test. Parametric test lang po muna, no? Kasi we have no time for non-parametric testing. Yan. Okay, so alam na Ma'am Lilibeth, Ma'am Gamad, ang pwedeng topic for next time po, no? Yan. So comparative muna tayo, we zero in on parametric test this time. And what are the parametric tests? We'll just talk about independent samples t-test when we are comparing 2 groups. Paired sample t-test when we're comparing 1 group with 2 data. ANOVA when comparing 3 groups. Clear po ba yun? clear so far? Can I see a thumbs up if it's clear to you? I don't want the TWC, the one responding. How about the others po? Clear po ba? Oh, how about the others? Yan, oh, may nakita naman ako. From Carino Hill Elementary School, si Ma'am Jesusa naka-raise, Ma'am Ngalob, Ma'am Jang. I hope the others, the rest also know this, have already understood this. Okay, thank you very much. Yan. Let's start with comparative research studies. No? Particularly inferential research questions. Now, meron tayong one sample t-test, the paired samples t-test, and independent samples t-test, and the analysis of variance or ANOVA. Here, these are tools that would compare. No, compare. If it's parametric po, parametric. One sample t-test, when we compare our data with a hypothesized data. Ano to? Saan nanggagaling yung hypothesis data na to? Literature. Okay? Yan. Kunwari nanggaling yung literature sa Amerika, ito yung grupo ng ginawa nila sa US. O ginamit ko yung material sa US. Tapos tinignan ko, ito yung nakuha kong mean. O, check nyo kung may difference yun. One sample t-test. Right? Paired samples t-test, one group, pre and post data, or two data. Independent samples t-test, two groups, you're comparing these two groups, the data of these two groups. And an analysis of variance, you are comparing data of 3 or more groups. Clear po yun, ha? Clear po yun. And correlation, on the other hand, would include Pearson R correlation and the Spearman-Raw correlation. Yan. O sige, try nga natin. Say everything is parametric. Everything is parametric. Let's talk about this. Balikan natin yung research question natin earlier. What is the IQ level of research teachers in the different divisions of Region 5 or CAR, for example? We said that this is a descriptive question. Therefore, the design of this one is a descriptive design. Now, what is our plan for data analysis on this question? Ang end goal po natin magkaroon ng plan for data analysis sa ating research proposal based on our research question. What is the IQ level? Sinabi natin, the very reason it's called descriptive question in the first place because it utilizes descriptive analysis. Correct, Ma'am Mayan? Correct, Ma'am Lilibeth? Use of mean or one of the measures of central tendency. Yan, mean. No? Kukunin ko yung IQ level from respondent 1 to respondent 100. How will I present that in my paper? Or how will I do my discussions later? Will it be individual discussion of each IQ level of each research teacher? No? Hindi, di ba? So how we analyze it is through the use of mean. Ito yung average IQ ng mga teachers sa Baguio pag normal ang data. Pero pag hindi normal ang data, of course, we cannot use mean kasi very extreme ang data pag skewed ang data. Tama ba? Next, what is the level of effectiveness of smartphone integration? Again, this is descriptive. We said descriptive question and therefore would utilize our descriptive research design, no? And would still utilize mean. Tama? So ito yung level of effectiveness according to the teacher. Teacher 1 to teacher 10 or teacher 100. How will you present it? How will you analyze it? Mean. Again, assuming everything is normal. Everything, the data is normal. Okay. Yeah. Is there a significant, ito na yan, no? Is there a significant difference in the level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high and senior high school students? What kind of design is this? Comparative, correlational, descriptive? Comparative. Yes, it is comparative because we are looking at the difference, correct? The difference between groups between junior high school and senior high school students. So tama, it is descriptive comparative. Now, what is our plan for data analysis on this particular question? Ilang groups ang pinag-usapan natin dito? Tas comparative, Independent samples t-test. Yun, very good. Independent samples t-test because we are comparing two groups, junior high and senior high. Ayan. Kung include natin elementary, o tatlo na, ANOVA na yun. Tama? Ano yung kino-compare natin? Yung level of attitudes niya. Pero again, level of attitude, pag ang level of attitude pwedeng kasi nakakategorize sila into an ordinal data, no? In reality, we cannot use independent samples t-test here, even if we know that we are comparing two, kasi yung type of data or the level of data is ordinal. So we make use of the man-with-u test or the equivalent man-with-u test. Pero sabi nga natin, assuming that it's normal. Next, is there a significant difference in the pre-test and post-test scores of students after online flipped classroom? What particular design is this? Correlational or comparative? Comparative. Oh, di ba? Si Ate May Ann, sabi niya t-test paired sample. Oh, yun. Okay, so research design is technically, yes, it is comparative, but particularly in this aspect, it's a quasi-experimental. Di ba? Nagko-compare kayo, pero particularly this is quasi-experimental. The plan for data analysis here is either a paired samples t-test or a Wilcoxon-signed rank test if it's non-parametric. Tama? And the last one, is there a significant relationship between job satisfaction and salary amongst NAGA teachers? So this is an inferential relationship-based question, and therefore this is a correlational study. That is correct. Yes, but the design is correlational, di ba? Descriptive correlational. And then the plan for data analysis is, hindi ko pala pinakita kanino, Spearman-Rowe or Pearson-R. Okay. Yan. Sige. Okay na po tayo dun, no? Clear po ba so far? Is that clear, guys? Teachers? May question po ba tayo? None? Itang message ko lang kay professor ko na malilate ako sa class. Ilang kasi meron tayong t-test pa. Okay? Yan. Sige. Okay. P-value versus alpha level. Okay. We have to understand the concept of the p-value and the alpha level at this point. Siguro kahit procedural knowledge lang muna, then we'll understand the conceptual knowledge or conceptual understanding of this by and by na lang siguro, maybe in the next session. Para lang, ito lang muna. So p-value, or otherwise referred as the probability value, is the value that you get out of inferential analysis. And this p-value will have to be compared to the alpha level. Okay, so itong premise natin, if the p-value or the probability value is less or equal to that of the alpha level, at yung alpha level natin is usually set at 0.05 level of significance, then the difference or the relationship is significant. Therefore, null hypothesis has been rejected. Okay, I'll give you examples of that later. However, if the p-value is greater than the alpha level or the significance level, usually set at 0.05 level, then the difference or the relationship is not significant. Therefore, the null hypothesis has been retained. So, if the question, balikan natin yung question na to, itong mga inferential questions. Ito lang, hindi na po itong descriptive kasi itong the utilization of p-values are usually reflected when we analyze the data coming from inferential questions, like this question, inferential question, is there a significant difference in the level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high and senior high school students? So ang null hypothesis dito, ano kaya ang null hypothesis dito? Anybody? What is our null hypothesis here? Sige, 1 minute. Null hypothesis. Hypothesis is your intellectual guess. A guess that can be rejected or retained later after an inferential analysis. Okay, and there is no significant difference in the level of attitude towards distance learning between junior high school students and senior high school students. So yan yung tentative answer natin sa question na to. And it will have to depend on the computed probability value, or sometimes we can also compare the t value or the f value later, no? Pero dito lang muna, kahit ito lang pag-usapan natin, after determining the p value, it is our decision to either retain that null hypothesis na sinabi ni Ma'am Mayan, no? Kung i-retain natin or i-reject yun. So p value, if the p value is less than the alpha level, usually at 0.05, then we reject the null hypothesis. If the p-value is greater than the alpha level, then we retain the null hypothesis. Okay? Clear po yan, ha? Clear? Yan. Open natin yung utak natin. Yan. O, sige. Yan. Let's start with this. I will give you a sample. Saan ko na ba nilagay yun? Let me stop sharing first. I want everybody to work on this. Work with me para gawin natin all together itong ating research po, no? Wait lang, saan ko na naman nilagay yun? Ayun. Okay, may I request that we download this on our computers? And I decided na ang gamitin po natin ay yung nandun na mismo na data analysis tool sa Excel. I won't be introducing real statistics anymore. Although napaka-comprehensive kasi ng real statistics, nandoon ang normality testing, nandoon ang mga non-parametric tests. Pero for the moment, we'll just have to talk about the data analysis that is present in the Excel, no? In our Microsoft Excel. So upon clicking the link, please download it. Do not open it using Google Sheet. Just download it po. Please download. Again, download, not open with Google Sheet. Because we do it all together. If you have two devices, maganda po, no? Yan. And I hope you were able to see this. I'll share my saan ba yun? My screen. Yan, okay. Dito. Okay. Sample studies. Were you able to open it po? Can I see a show of hand, a thumbs up if you have already opened our data, our Excel? Yes, very nice. How about the others? Mayan, already opened it. Sino pa po? Ma'am Payap, already opened it. How about the others? Yes. Okay, sige, let's start. Okay, for the first one, I will read it. A teacher proposed a new intervention in his class. These are just fictitious data po, fictitious data to. At very onti lang yung data. Proposed a new intervention in his class to improve the science process skills of the students in conducting a scientific research. He asked the students to take the 100-point science process skills inventory questionnaire before implementing the new intervention. After the implementation, he asked the same students to take again the science process skills inventory questionnaire. Their pre-test scores and post-test scores are as follows. So, anong gagamitin pa natin ditong test? Paired samples t-test. Bakit to paired samples t-test? Because we have two data. No? We have two data. Oh, sorry. And we have two data, the pre and the post test, coming from the same group. Okay, so student 1, ang pre-test niya is 74, ang post-test niya is 84. Student 2, pretest niya 45, then after the intervention 88, 3, 36, 45, 5, 66, 90. Clear? Now we want to know, sige, ano yung ating descriptive question dito para i-connect natin sa ginawa natin kanina. What is, I hope it's big enough po, no? Bakit ayaw ma-enlarge? Ayun. Okay. So pwedeng ang research question natin dito is, what is the pre and post test scores? Pwede, no? Scores of, or post SPS, Science Process Skills scores of students. Yan. After something. Yan. Okay. The number 2, is there a significant difference in the pre and post SPS scores of students? Blah, 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 blah. Yan. Okay. So yan, i-process na nga po natin how are we going to answer this. So you have this data already, you have collected already this data. I hope it's big po, no? Yan. And then we go to data analysis. Sorry. Okay, we go to data analysis. We go to data analysis. Just go to data. I'm using MacBook po kasi kaya I don't know what's the interface in Microsoft, in Windows. So basta punta ko sa data, tapos may data analysis po doon. I hope you were able to find that po. Okay na po ba? Nahanap na po ba natin? Yan. Anyways, nakita ko naman po pala na may workshop kayo. So maybe the TWC can prepare a workshop for you for this one. No? Because of limited time, I cannot break you out in sessions. Pero sana maganda po no, kung may breakout session for this part. Pero let's just do it together. Yeah, let's just do it together. Okay, so what I'm going to use here is a t-test paired to sample for means. Paired. Yan yung paired sample t-test po natin. Okay, then I'll click OK. I'll click OK. And then yung variable 1 range. Kukunin ko po yun. Yung una, yan. Variable range 1. Then click OK. Ulitin ko pa, ang ginawa ko, clinic ko to. Tapos, hinighlight ko po ito. Including the label. Including the label. Tapos yun kasi pwede nyo i-check yung labels. Then ibig sabihin yung first column or first data is the label. Then the next one, kunin ko ulit yung post test. Yun. Okay, then click OK. So yun na po, nandun na po yung ating data. And then the alpha level, we set it at 0.05. 0.05. And then the output range, kahit ilagay na po natin sa same na document, ilagay natin dito. Yan. Then click OK. And you'll be able to see this output. Yun. Yan. So ito, to answer the first question, what is the pretest and post-test? Nandito na po yung mean. Oh. Ang pretest nila is 55.4. Ang post-test nila is 73.4. Yan o. Kita po natin? 55.4. Tapos ang post-test is 73.4. Ang tanong ngayon ng second question, yung difference ba ng 55.4 and 73.4 significant o hindi? No? Ang gagawin natin, yung premise po natin, let's go to the p-value, two-tailed, sorry. P-value two-tailed. I-highlight po natin to. I-highlight natin mga gagamitin nating data. Yan. So, ang value nito is 0.06377. Ano po yung alpha level natin ulit? Na sinat natin kanina?
0.05.
Yan, alpha is 0.05, no? Yan yung sinat natin kanina. Then we compare it, the p-value, itong p-value two-tail. Sabi ko procedural understanding na po muna tayo ha. Anyways, the conceptual understanding siguro, why are we talking about p-value and not the other values? We'll talk about that in another session po. So just this time muna. Kasi we are preparing already for your proposal making, no? And for plan for data analysis. So the p-value two-tailed here, ibig sabihin ng two-tailed, dalawang end ng normal distribution curve yung kino-consider natin. No? At ang ating null hypothesis is non-directional. Ibig sabihin, hindi natin sinabi sa hypothesis natin na pre-test is higher than post-test or post-test is higher than pre-test. Hindi ganun yung ginawa natin. Ang sinabi lang natin, there's no, according to Ma'am Mayan, there's no significant difference. Walang direction yon, kaya two-tail ang gagamitin natin. Gets? Anyways, marami pa tayong pag-uusapan about it in higher statistics. Now, so 0.06 ito, no? Tingnan natin, compare natin. Kahit transfer na po muna natin for the sake of comparison. 0.06. Yan. Question, or ito, tingnan natin, p-value. 0.06. Question, is 0.6 greater, equal, or lesser than the alpha level? Please unmute your mic po para we can do it fast.
Greater.
Greater. Balikan po natin yung sinabi natin na premise kanina. Pag greater siya, do we reject or retain the hypothesis?
Accept.
Retain. Oh, before that pala, lagyan mo natin to ng hypothesis na lang. Hypothesis na to, there is no significant difference. Sige. In the pre and post, Okay? Yun yung ang ating null hypothesis. Now, sabi natin, if the p-value is equal or less than that of the alpha level, usually set at 0.05, then we reject the null hypothesis. The p-value, if the p-value on the other hand is greater than the alpha level, we retain the null hypothesis. In this case, the null hypothesis, the p-value is greater than that of the alpha level. Therefore, this hypothesis have to be retained. We cannot reject it. So ibig sabihin,
No significant difference.
itong 55.4 and 73.4 is not different from one another. Even if it looks like there is a difference, statistically there's no difference. No? Ang problema kasi sa data natin ang unti-unti. No? Pero just for the sake of discussion, ganun. That's how we that's how we interpret and process data. What if, for example, the data is 0.02? Is the p-value greater or less than that of the alpha level? Lesser. Very good. Therefore, do we reject or retain this hypothesis?
Reject, sir.
Reject. Meaning, yung pre-test and post-test score nila magkaiba. Balikan natin yung mean, tumaas ang kanilang post-test, tumaas ang kanilang performance. Yung kanina, nung sinabi natin walang na hindi tama, na mataas ang p-value nila, kahit may difference yan, yung pre-test and post-test nila parehas. Ibig sabihin, ang implication yan, walang naging effect yung bigay nating intervention. Pero if this is the case, the p-value is less than that of the alpha level, we can say na, tumaas, effective yung aking ginawang intervention, and therefore pwede kong gamitin to sa other classes possibly, ganyan, di ba? Oh, what if lang po, kunwari lang 73.4 ito, and ito 50, tapos p-value is 0.02. Ibig sabihin, there is a significant difference, tama? There is a significant difference, but bumaba yung performance sa post-test. Effective ba? Hindi rin, kasi pinababa niya lalo yung performance ng mga bata. Mga ganong aspect na, pero this is very seldom done. Happen. Yeah. Yun. Clear po ba tayo sa paired sample CTES? Anyways, you have the copy naman po. You can do it yourselves na lang po at home po. No? Okay, next one. Let's go to this next spreadsheet. Yan. Sa next, anong tawag po dito? Next sheet. Yan. Next, ano tawag dito? Ayan, tama. Next sheet. Yung t-test 2. Yan. I tend to believe that very few differences exist between males and females in cognitive abilities, but there is some evidence that there are gender differences in, for example, module making appreciation. No? In this hypothetical study, we recruited 9 people from the division of Naga, sorry, di ko ulit napalitan, and asked them to rate their level of appreciation in making modules amongst teachers. Each participant gave us a rating from 0 to 100, 100 being very much appreciated. Here are those data. Okay, anong gagamitin nating analysis dito? Gawan nga muna natin ng question. Number 1, sige, anong sagot ng chat? Independent samples t-test. Tama naman yun. Pero gawan muna natin ng question. Number 1, what is the, how to say, the appreciation score, no? Appreciation score of teachers in making modules. And question number 2, is there, sorry binibilisan ko po is there a significant difference in the appreciation score of teachers in making modules when they are grouped according to sex? Oh, na-identify natin male versus female. Yun. Clear po? Clear? Clear to so far?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Yan. So ito yung question natin. Lagyan natin hypothesis to. Ma'am Mayan, sabihin mo nga ulit. Please unmute yourself. Ano yung ating hypothesis dito na null?
There is no significant difference in the appreciation scores of teachers in making modules when they are grouped according to sex.
Very good. Sorry. Something. They're grouped according to male versus female. Yan. So ano gagamitin natin dito? If it's parametric, we're going to make use of the independent samples t-test. Ayan. At least may application yung statistical knowledge natin sa research, di ba po? So, ganun ulit. Punta tayo ulit sa data, and we go to data analysis. Then we go to itong problema dito sa data analysis sa Excel. Ang choices nyo would be either equal or unequal variance. If you are limited of this, we assume always the rule of thumb unequal variance, no? Actually, meron pang test kayong gamitin, pero we assume unequal variance here. Yeah, I will. Sige, may direct message sa akin. Will pa-send daw itong Excel na to. Sige, I will do that. Walang problema po sa akin. I'll send it to you. No problem. So, unequal variance ang gagamitin ko, then I will click OK. Yan. So, yun ulit. Variable 1. Yung isa doon. Yan. Variable 2. Kunin ko ulit yun. Including the label po, including the label. Yan. And then, hypothesize. Ito, nakikita niyo po itong hypothesize mean difference. Ito po yung sinasabi natin for one samples t-test na may makukuha kang data from literature. Ilalagay mo po dito. Since hindi naman one sample t-test to, we leave it blank. Then we click label. The alpha level is still 0.05. No? And ang output range natin, lagay natin dito. Yan. Then click OK. Yan. Sige, balikan natin. Ayun. Okay, ang mean ng babae, ng women is 82.25. To answer this question, what is the appreciation scores of teachers in making modules? Sa babae, 82.25. Sa mga lalaki, it's 82.6. Question, is there a significant difference between these two scores? Between male and female? Ang null hypothesis natin, there's none. There's no significant difference. Now, ang alpha level natin, lagay ulit natin, alpha 0.05. Tingnan natin p-value. Ano po yung p-value natin? Yun. Ayun, no?
0.976.
0.9.
Yan, tama po. 0.98. 0.98. Question. Is the p-value greater than the alpha level?
Yes po.
Greater. So the decision, do we retain or reject the null hypothesis? Retain. Ibig sabihin, what's the implication of that?
There is no significant.
No, when I ask the implication, you don't go back into saying again our hypothesis. No, the implication means regardless of sex, regardless of gender, maybe regardless of sex, module appreciation across sex is the same. That becomes the implication of it. Clear? Yes. Okay. ANOVA. Good. Let's go to ANOVA. Sorry po, binibilisan ko. ANOVA tayo. ANOVA. A researcher sets to investigate the mindset of teachers when they are grouped according to level of degree they finished. Mindset scores ranges from 10 to 100, 10 being fixed and 100 being high growth mindset. The researcher recruited 5. Again, 5 is not enough, pero sige, for the sake of our discussion, we'll just talk about 5 for each level. Mga nagtapos ng bachelor's, ang mga mindset nila 23, 34, 26, 65, 40. Uy, 65, no? Nasa outlier itong 65. Oh, mataas ang growth mindset niya. Ang master's nasa 45, 58, 77, 54, 58. Ang PhD 69, 88, 99, 50, 45. Ala, itong 45, outlier. Nako, PhD level na to, ah. Now, ano gagamitin po natin dito since tatlong grupo ang kino-compare natin?
ANOVA.
ANOVA. If it's parametric. Parametric. Okay? Pero pag 4, 5, 6 groups, ANOVA pa din. ANOVA pa din. So, ganun ulit. We formulate the question, what is the, ano pang pwedeng question natin dito? What is the growth mindset scores? Pwede po ba yan? Of teachers.
Yes.
Mali po itong the researcher recruited 5 teachers for, tama pala. What is the growth mindset scores of teachers across the different, across the different level, across the different levels of their educational attainment? No? Pwede pong ganyan siguro yung question natin. Yeah. Now, second question, is there a significant
growth mindset of teachers
in the growth mindset scores of teachers across when they are grouped
according to educational attainment?
Yes, according to their educational attainment. Okay, null hypothesis pa natin?
There's no significant difference in the
growth
mindset of
the
teachers.
DMS of teachers when they are grouped according to their educational attainment. Yan. Okay. Yan pa, no? So again, we go to data analysis, then we go to ANOVA. Yun. No? We go to single factor lang. Two factor kasi ito may two-way ANOVA, ganyan na. No? Single factor tayo. We go to okay. Then, ito ang madali sa ANOVA, isa lang yung ilalagyan mo. Just click that and then highlight everything. Highlight everything. No? And then click OK. Then, group by column siya kasi naka-column o column, hindi rows. And then label yung first row, which is bachelor, master's, PhD. And we set the alpha level still at 0.05. Ang dali po, di ba? Ang dali ng statistics. Yan, tapos ang natin ng output natin. Lagyan na lang natin dito. Okay. Okay. Yan. Ito medyo mahaba-haba ito. Yan. Okay. To answer the first question, ang mean, ang average ng bachelor is 37.6. Lagyan natin. Yan. 37.6. Ito yun. Oh, by the way, warning po, if we're going to write our paper, we cannot just copy and paste. You copy the whole output of the Excel or your SPSS or your real statistics, ikakopy nyo siya lahat, ilagay nyo sa papel nyo. Hindi po. We still follow the APA formatting. Okay, so kaya ang hina-highlight ko lang po dito yung mga ginagamit nating data. So bachelor, 37.6, master's, 58.4, PhD is 70.2. Yan. Okay, it is in the ANOVA table where we identify yung p-value dito. Yan. And the alpha level is set at
0.05.
Alpha is 0.05. Okay, question. Is the p-value greater or less than or equal to the alpha level?
Less than.
Less than. So, across these three groups, there must be somewhere that the difference exists. Pero ang problema with the Excel is that it will not determine where the difference lies. Is it between bachelors and versus masters, bachelors versus PhD, masters versus PhD? Saan doon naglalay ang difference? Basing it from our observation lang of the average. Probably PhD and bachelor's, mukhang may difference dito
Yung mataas.
No? Oo, mataas. Kaya ginagamit natin ang post hoc analysis such as Tukey, HSD, or ano pa ba? Fisher's test and other post hoc tests para i-determine doon kung saan talaga naglalay ang difference. But for the sake of our understanding this afternoon, no, we'll just stick with this one. No? Siguro ang lagay na lang natin dito na answer is we already, so given that the p-value here is 0.04, no, what is our decision with this null hypothesis? Do we reject or retain it? Reject the null hypothesis, meaning there are existing differences, or there is a difference across these three groups. As to where it is, that will have to be determined by post hoc analysis. No? Anong post hoc analysis? Gusto ko i-discuss ang post hoc analysis pero I don't have time anymore po. And the last one is correlation. Correlational study. Yan. For example, a professor sought to investigate the relationship between the socio-economic status of his students and their first semester general weighted average, or the GWA. These are the data that he collected. So student 1, ito yung multifamily income niya. Ang GWA niya is 84.65. Yung student 5, 23,000 at 75 naman ang grade niya. Ang tanong dito, may relasyon ba tong GWA niya sa multifamily income? Notice po that I immediately use yung multifamily income instead of just categorizing them to middle, high, or low. Kasi it lessens the level of measurement po. Kasi pag ang ginawa natin, kinode natin yung level, yung kanilang data into categories like that, it becomes a nominal data. So I'd rather have this, yung talagang pera, or talagang value will have to be reflected here para mas magandang data natin. So let's formulate the question. Number 1, what is the monthly family income of the students? Pwedeng second question would be for the second variable. What is their GWA? Yeah? Sige, palakayin natin. Sorry po. And then third question, is there a significant, wait lang, hopefully hindi tama yung aking spelling ng there na nakakaya pag hindi. Ayun, tama po. Is there a significant relationship between the family income or monthly family income of the students and their GWA? Guess what?
Yes.
Yes. Now, null hypothesis natin, there is no significant relationship between the multifamily income and their GWA. So we process that, we go to data analysis, we go to correlation. Hindi niya specify dito kung anong type of correlation, pero ang correlation po ng data analysis sa Excel is actually Pearson R. So correlation tayo, then we click OK. So input range, saan yung input natin? Ito, family income and then GWA. Just have to click on that. And then labels pa rin sa first row, and our output range will have to be placed here siguro. Yan. Okay. No. Again, this is limited ang information ng Excel, pero we make do with the output of this. So, in this case, we don't have a p-value anymore, pero actually dapat meron sa real statistics, meron kasi siya pati sa SPSS. Sige, we make do with the data coming from the Excel. Here, monthly family income is 0.19. Meron yung positive, tas meron yung negative, pero to positive. 0.19, ito kasi is from 0 to 1 pang magiging score niya eh. The nearer the value is to 1, the higher the relationship is, the stronger the relationship is. Ito, nearer to 0. Tama po? 0.2 ito eh, di ba? So medyo weak ang relationship niya. Wait lang. Meron ba yun sa aking coin? Para maintindihan po natin na mabuti. Ay, wala. Hindi ko nalagay dito. Ayun. Anyways po. Yun. So, then, ito na lang po. The nearer this R value, ang tawag dito is R value, the nearer the R value is to 0, the weaker or the weaker the relationship is. Pag nearer to 0, pwedeng no relationship na siya eh. Pero pag nearer siya to 1, it means it has a very strong relationship. In this case, it's 0.2 between family income and GWA. Therefore, to answer this, no, there is a weak, okay, or probably no relationship between family income and the GWA, meaning that monthly income may not directly influence the general weighted average or the academic performance of the students. Any question? Any question pa tayo? Anyways, I will send po the Excel, the one that I performed, kasi siguro sa lang, sa ating TWC, and then they will be the one to share it with you guys. Yeah. Any question po?
Sir.
Yes po. Go ahead.
Actually, maganda sir yung topic. Pero gaya ng sabi niyo sir, iba yung yung gamit niyo yung app tapos yung Apple sa Microsoft. Hindi ko kasi mahanap yung data analysis.
Pero meron po yan. Meron po yan. You only have to activate it. It's a built-in application in Excel. So I guess what we need to do is just to explore our Microsoft Excel. Eventually, it's there po. Yan po.
Sige, sir.
Yeah. So, opo. Any more question po? Any more question? Wait lang po. Send po natin to. Yun. Okay, any more question po? Any more question before we end our session? Ayun, ano po? Ayun, sabi naman may nasa data tab daw po yun, sir. Check nyo lang po, nasa options daw. I hope yung mga nakakita po were able to
Yes, sir.
work it with me. Good. Okay, now, if you don't have question po, I would like to end our session already. Much as I want to stay with you po and talk about more on quantitative research po, I cannot, my time is already limited. I'm really sorry po. Maraming salamat po, no? So just to end our session, I would like to share my screen again. Sorry. Saan ko ba yung ating saan mo? No? Wala po. Okay. Anyways, so as a challenge na lang po, no, I hope that everybody is well. You have gained something from our discussions from 8 o'clock to 3:21. I hope that we were able to. I have imparted a little knowledge and give you a springboard towards achieving your goal for this academic year, and that is to come up with a research. And as I mentioned earlier, research is not supposed to be something that we only do because of a particular requirement, but something that we do to really resolve the identified problem that we have incorporated, that we have written in our background of the study. No? So on that note, maraming salamat po sa vote of trust ng Department of Education, even if I'm already away from the department. Maraming salamat po. And anyways, I'm only a Facebook away if you need some help po, no? Yun po, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat po. Kung okay lang po sa inyo, if you can turn on your camera, kailangan ko po kasi sa documentation ko. Kailangan ko po sa documentation ko ito. Opo. Pwede po ba
Thank you, sir.
Turn on po natin? Hello po. Turn on po natin mga cameras. Yan. Ma'am, ani ko na lang kumuha ng picture. Okay, yan, sige.
First page po, Ma'am Lilibeth and the rest, magpipicture na po ako. 1, 2, 3, smile. Saglit lang po, isend ko lang po. Kasi medyo marami siyang... Next page po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay po. Okay na po, sir.
Thank you po. Tapos last po, I would like another requirement po kasi sa akin to. Pwede po bang i-evaluate niyo po ako using my evaluation tool po. Ito po. Gamit po kasi namin to. Kailangan po namin i-carry daw yung aming evaluation tool para sa mga engagements namin na ganito. So if you can siguro take 3 minutes of your time to evaluate whatever things that might have transpired in our research po. Talk to me. Yun po, maraming salamat. Nasa chat box na po siya. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Hello, Sir Leo. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the time, sharings. Ano yung mga kaninang mga feedback na binigay ng mga kasama natin? Very interactive, comprehensive, engaging, informative. Di ba? Ang dami. Comprehensive discussion on qualitative research writing and selecting and performing statistical tools. We are very lucky to have you today, Sir Leo. Sana mas marami pang oras and yes, mas marami pang time para parang marami pang baon si Sir Leo kaso kulang ang oras talaga. So with that, we would like to present to you your certificate of appreciation. So I would like to read the content. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Cordillera Administrative Region, Schools Division of Baguio City, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Leo Peter Dacumos in grateful appreciation and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as resource speaker with the topic quantitative research, including selecting and performing statistical tools during the research writing course held on November 20, 2021, November 15 to December 6, 2021. Given this 20th day of November 2021 at Baguio City, Philippines, signed our Schools Division Superintendent, Federico P. Martin. So once again, thank you so much, Sir Leo Dacumos. Let us give a virtual clap to our speaker. Okay, thank you so much. Wala na ba si Sir Leo? Umalis na siya. Okay, so for this afternoon, since wala naman, wala tayong activity sa breakout room, Ma'am Mean?
Ma'am? Unless po ma'am meron pong...
Yes, unless may mga questions pa tayo, clarifications, then we will send you to the breakout room para mag-provide ng technical assistance ang ating mga TWC. Ma'am Jo, pwede bang i-direct natin sila sa breakout rooms kung meron pa silang mga clarifications?
Baka pwedeng dito na so that others can learn also. Kasi
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, ano na lang tayo pala, 44 participants. So, do you have clarifications regarding po dun sa research writing natin? Okay. May question dito. May service credit po ba ang pag-join sa webinars na scheduled on weekends?
Ma'am Cherry, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I am not sure po kung may service credit po ang mga participants since voluntary po ito. But I will ask Ma'am Malin po. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Meron pa po ba regarding research?
pwedeng pakilagay ulit sa chat yung attendance link.
Ay, oo, ma'am. Yung attendance pala, ma'am Mian, pwedeng pa-forward.
Okay, pakilagay ulit sa chat.
Good afternoon po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Kung halimbawa po magsisik po ng help sa mga TGW, TWG pa yun. Pwede pong mag-direct po sa kanila before isubmit sa research sa DO po?
Yes po, ma'am. Pwede po.
Through text, tapos kami na lang mag-usap kung pwedeng mag face-to-face po, ganon?
Oo, yes, ma'am. Most especially kung kailangan nyo talaga ng technical assistance, may clarification, then you can text the TWC.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, other questions po? Please do not forget to fill in the attendance and the evaluation. May dalawang evaluation po tayo, yung sinend ni Sir Leo and then yung evaluation sa division office. So kung wala na tayong clarifications, wala nang questions, siguro we can, Ma'am Gamad, we can call it a day kasi parang it's past 3 naman na. Kung wala pong mga clarifications.
Yes, ma'am. And na lang nila, explore na lang po nila yung yung learning nila ngayong araw.
Yes, tama. I-explore na lang natin, pag-aralan natin yung pinakita ni Sir Leo na yung nasa Excel. Yun po yung gawin natin for the remaining time. Okay, kanya-kanya na lang na pag-explore nung yung sa Excel na yun. Siguro yun na lang siguro ang gagawin natin. Tama po ba, Ma'am Mian? Ma'am Lilibet?
Yes, ma'am.
May additional pa po ba, ma'am?
Ayun na kasi toxic na pagka magpa-break out tayo.
Oo, punong-puno kanina, dire-diretso ang ating discussion with Sir Leo. Siguro.
Although very informative at saka gusto natin, kaya lang nakakapagod din sa
Ang ganda ng mga discussions niya, ma'am?
Ang ganda ng discussion pero nakakapagod.
Magandang 2 sessions siya, no, ma'am, para pati sana computation. Ang mahal ng bayad sa mga statisticians, eh.
Correct.
Correct.
O sige, so our dear participants, thank you for joining and see you next week for the 4th session. Okay, so pwede na pong mag-leave yung mga participants kung okay na yung attendance and evaluation. Meron pa dito, thank you for this wonderful program. Mahirap po talagang mag-focus ang teachers ngayon dahil malimit mag-multitasking, but it was worth joining. Tama. Very worth joining ang ating Saturday. Fruitful, I mean. ang ating Saturday ngayon kasi marami tayong natutunan sa ating speaker. So okay na po. Okay, see you next week.